OpenLIVE challenge for 2016. Tez McKenna here, anchoring what will be an incredible day along with my very good friend Wingo. How are you, mate?
Good morning, Tezza.
Morning.
I'm excited, mate.
Yeah, morning everyone. Of course, it's going to be a big day of competition here today. We've got around about 4.5 hours of surfing. We've had a monster swell that's come down the East Coast with the East Coast low over the last 2 or 3 days. And today, wave height's around, what do you reckon, Wingo? Around a 6-7 feet mark, maybe occasionally bigger?
Yeah, I think just looking at some of the sets earlier, there was some solid 6 to 8 foot, maybe even 10 foot bombs coming through on the reef. So when those sets come through in the solid 6 to 8, 10 foot range, I would say this morning.
Yeah, so it's going to be an incredible day of action, that's for sure. Heat number 1 of the day will be Ben Hall, Matt Young, Ben Williams, Ben Player, of course, former world champion from Avalon, and Luke O'Connor, who's a red hot local. What can you tell us about any of those local guys, Winger?
Oh, well, it's a tough heat looking there. We've got Ben Player from Avalon, as we know, world champion.
Yeah.
So he'll be one to watch. Ben Hall, local guy, Cronulla local. A lot of local knowledge here at Shark Island for him, so he'll be one to look out for, that's for sure.
All right, so basically we've got 5 heats here, folks. It's a leaderboard format, so there's two separate rounds of competition. So 5 heats, 5 riders in each heat. Each heat is 50 minutes in duration, and basically after the 2 rounds, what happens is the top 3 waves are added together to give us our top 5 final. To our friends from OpenLIVE, who are a major sponsor, of course, and those guys have just redefined how we listen to music with their high-res audio, streamed live, or you can download it, of course. And if you wanted to compare what those guys do to coffee, which is a pretty good comparison, MP3s are like Blend 43, just like a good old standard cup of coffee. But what OpenLIVE do with their audio is like a barista-style cappuccino. They've taken it to a whole new level. So thank you very much to those guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wingo, mate, what an interesting couple of months it's been for you with the Holding On DVD and the release of the movie.
Yeah, mate, yeah, it's been good. All the premieres went really well. Yeah, so it was good to see everyone turn out and check out the movie. There's a lot of positive feedback. People like the movie, so sure. Yeah, happy, just glad that people like the movie.
I actually rocked along to the premiere at Cronulla, and there was, mate, it would have been 1,000 people there.
Yeah, well, at last count, I think I heard they sold about 600 tickets. So yeah, there was quite a few people down at Cronulla Sharks Leagues Club.
And mate, you chugged around with those guys, did you? Did you go to any other premieres?
Yeah. Went up, did up at Gosford. We did Avalon, Newcastle, all the way up to Byron Bay, Coolangatta. Down to Melbourne, Sereno on that down there. So yeah, it was good being out of the bodyboard scene for a while, but getting back to the movie was good to tour around and catch up with a lot of crew I hadn't seen in a while. So
I bet you it must have been pretty cool to see all those guys from that era, like up and down the coast at all the various premieres, mate. You must have had some pretty fun nights after it, as I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, real good turnout for all the premieres at each venue, and yeah, catching up with old friends, and yeah, it's good, mate. Yeah. You know, back into the surf scene, and yeah, everyone was stoked on the movie, so that's the main thing. But to be honest, I'm really excited about the waves here this morning. Like looking over our shoulder, can see a few waves coming through now. Yeah, conditions really good here this morning. I reckon we're in for a good day, Tezza.
Yeah, well, we are right now probably about 5 or 6 minutes away from launching into the first heat of the day. In the red singlet, we'll have Ben Hall, local guy, of course. Matt Young is he's done well over the years here. Youngie is from the South Coast, he'll be in the white. Ben Williams, local guy, in the green. Ben Player, as we said, from Avalon, former world champion, in the blue. And Luke O'Connor, the local kid, in orange. Do you know Luke O'Connor?
I don't actually know him personally, but I do know that the locals in this heat are going to be really tough to beat, because they have got that local knowledge, and they're all really keen to try and take out this elusive Shark Island challenge.
Yeah, nice one. All right, well, welcome along everyone, and a big a big, very good morning to you from Cronulla here in the Shire, which is a beautiful part of the world where Wingo's growing up, mate. It's like the Channel 10, the Dome, isn't it? Once you're in the Dome, you don't want to leave it, eh? You don't want
The bubble.
The bubble.
Yeah.
Mate, and it's a self-contained little city. Why would you want to leave it? It's got a good pub. It's got some good restaurants, got some mad reef breaks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and lots of variety, good beaches as well, and it's just a wonderful part of the world here in Cronulla. So we're probably around about 5 minutes away from launching into it. Once again, Tej McKenna and Adam Wingnut-Smith holding down the webcast here for the first couple of heats anyway, and we'll get a cavalcade of stars that will roll in throughout the day and have a chat to us. We must thank, of course, the guys from OpenLIVE are our major sponsors. But we also want to acknowledge the gang from Boca Energy Drink, which is a very tasty, all-natural kind of a drink that will get you fired up. Thanks to In-Flight Media, those guys are doing the drones here today. Nutrition Station, Tynes Coconut Water, and thanks to the Emerald Bodyboard store. Well, you can grab a copy of the Holding On TPT and maybe even rip it down here and get Wingo to sign it.
Absolutely. I know a couple of the other boys that are in the movie will be down a bit later on today. Come and check out the waves. Rissol, Christian Rico,
Yep.
Dave Ballard, those guys will be floating around. So yeah,
Sure.
if you got a copy of the movie there and you're watching online, bring it down and we'll hook you up with some autographs.
Yeah, good stuff. So there we go. And you can see Wingo just looking over his shoulder. He's still got the fever. He loves this joint, don't you, mate? Listen, I mean, as far as your career was concerned, I mean, it was pretty well documented, obviously. But what about the Shark Island one? Did you ever get your hands on that trophy?
No, mate, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't fortunate enough or good enough to win a title here, but it was always the one that I really wanted to win, being in, like in the Southern Shire, Cronulla, in our backyard. So, and being such a quality wave, I always wanted to perform out here and come away with the title. But I know guys like Andrew Lester, another Cronulla local, won it not long ago. So. Yeah, the local guys always really wanted to do well in this event, and unfortunately, I didn't win it, but still.
You had the talent to win it. I mean, it's been such a tricky wave, mate. But we're about a minute away from launching into the first heat of the day, so hang around, folks. Got 4 or 5 hours of non-stop action coming to you live from the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge for 2016. Of course, there was no contest last year. The previous winner in 2014 was Andrew Lester, who's probably watching the webcast as he's changing nappies because he's a father these days. He's got himself a beautiful new baby.
Yeah, if you're watching, mate, congratulations.
Well done, champions. Yeah, good job. All right, so you'll probably hear the hooter go in the background here, and we are
good to go.
We are off and racing. This is the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Heat number 1 is underway. These are 50-minute heats. As we said, there's it's kind of a weird leaderboard format, this one, where you've got 2 separate rounds. There's actually not a winner of each heat, but what happens after the 2 rounds of the competition is served, the top 3 waves will get added together to determine the top 5 for the final.
Yep, that's right.
So there we go, mate. What about yesterday? There was some crazy action on the east coast of Australia, Wingo, wasn't there? Did you get amongst it?
I did, mate. I was looking online. I could see the waves were on their way, and yesterday was definitely macking out here in Cronulla. It was just washing through, and it was a bit too big for Shark Island. But I was lucky enough to go out and watch the Cape Fear event with the event out at Kurnell, and the waves were just gigantic out there, and the guys were just charging. So I was watching that online and a bit out there, and It was really good to see the waves turning on yesterday and today.
Oh,
as we see some big ones rolling through now.
There's a couple of big macking sets rolling through here at the moment, folks. So heat number 1 of the day is underway. Once again, it's Ben Hall in the red singlet, Matt Young in the white. We've got Ben Williams in the green, Penny Player is in the blue, and Luke O'Connor is wearing orange for this first heat of the day. Wingo, you know this joint just about as good as anyone, mate, but do you think there's still probably a little bit of north in the swell there?
Yeah, there is. You can definitely see the ones with a bit of north in it. But overall, for the Shark Island Challenge, I think it's pretty testing today. You've got a little bit of south and a little bit of straight north in the swell, but this morning, an hour before the event started, there has been guys catching some good waves. So as we see Blue now up and riding on a wave.
All right, well, there we go. It looks like the first wave will go to Ben Player from Avalon, and BP getting his campaign underway. But yeah, around about the 6 to 7, maybe 8 feet mark with the occasional rogue set. Still plenty of action wave-wise rolling through here, folks, for day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. So heat number 2 coming up next will feature our illustrious leader, the CEO of the APB, Alex Leon, doing a great job, taking on Lockie Cramsey from the South Coast. We'll have Blackie, 2013. Of course, he was the winner back then for Josh Kay. What can you tell us about Josh Kay?
Yeah, he's actually a really good guy, a local guy, great bodyboarder, charges out here at Shark Island as we see a replay.
Yeah, well, that was a little replay of BP just having a little kind of a opening wave. We've got a bit of sunshine on our screen here at the moment, folks. So we're just kind of probably for the first heat here, we'll just struggle a little to
see what's the
see
replay.
exactly what's happening. So you guys at home have probably got a better environment than us, but either way, we're bringing it to you live for the first day of the competition. And we'll try and get some numbers through to you as well. Just going to bring up the, you go to apbtour.com/live, you'll be able to watch the webcast there, and there'll also be a scoring widget which is sitting next to it. You'll be able to pull that up and you'll be able to check out some of the scores. So,
Yeah.
heat number 2, what else can you tell us about that one, Winger?
Yeah, heat 2, Josh. Blackie, as was just talking about earlier, he was actually the 2013 Shark Island Challenge winner here. So he's another local definitely to watch for this year's title. As we hear the crowd going nuts about something. I missed that one.
Yeah, well, the crowd firing up. There was something happening out there. It's the first heat of the day, 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And a very good morning to Ross Hawke, who is also got a long, rich history in this sport, the old Hawke master.
That's right, yeah, grew up with Ross Hawke. Is he going to be down here today or what, Tezza?
He's a busy man these days, mate. He's always got his fingers in a couple of pies, who knows, but he floats around.
Yeah, great guy, Ross Hawke. Growing up, he really helped me out, took me under his wing when I was a teenager.
Yep.
So really grateful that Ross helped me out as a youngster and helped me get into this sport. He used to actually charge out here too, Ross, back in the day.
No, he's a classic. He's a rep these days. He rolls up and down the coastline for a couple of the big companies, including I think Jet Pilot maybe is still with those guys. So yeah, very good morning to Ross and Becky Hawke. Hope you guys are having a great time watching the action live here at Shark Island. Oh my goodness, there is some big slabs out there. Wingo.
Yeah, just checking out the replay, you can see slow motion there on the corner of the reef. That's known as surge, and it looks like a nice ride there. Looks like a few more nice waves rolling through. Here we go. This is a solid 6 to 8 footer. We've got someone charging this one.
All right, well, as you can see, a couple of pretty good sized sets rolling through here, folks. Heat number 1, day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Beautiful day weather-wise here in the Shire, and some big swells coming through at the moment. We're just kind of struggling a little here to try and get a handle on the colours. That thing just blew out big time, Winger, and that was a very solid.
I was hoping that for that guy's sake he was going to come out of that wave, because that was a solid 6 to 8 foot slab on surge. I think it was the rider in blue or green.
Chat with Alex Leon, just getting things sorted out. So a beautiful day, as we said, weather-wise, and still plenty of action wave-wise as well. That wind only super light, Winger. It's not really affecting our conditions too much, mate.
Yeah, well, like you say, there's not much wind around, but the weather looks like it's going to be really good today. The sun's trying to come out, and I think the waves might cooperate for the next few hours at least while the tide's high, which is a good thing, because we're going to be just running round 1 today, I believe, after hearing the Alex Leon, the contest director.
Yeah, well, there was talk that we were thinking about looking at just making it a one-day competition, but after looking at the forecast and stuff, it's definitely going to be smaller tomorrow, but there's going to be a lot more east in it, and there'll be some really nice, sweet 4 to 5 footers, maybe the occasional 6 footer tomorrow. So the boys have said, look, let's just surf the 4 hours today. We want to have it over 2 rounds to try and get the best result.
Yep.
So this is just day number 1 of a 2-day competition. So right now we are around about 5 or 6 minutes into the first heat of the day. So I hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It's Adam Winnup-Smith right next to me here, Tez McKenna taking you through the action. We've got a whole bunch of people that we will be talking to throughout the day. So stick with us here as we just sort through a couple of little technical problems, but effectively there's just a lot of glare around down here this morning, so we're just struggling with some of the monitors to really get a good look at it. That's why Wingo, you're going to end up with a sore neck, mate, if you keep turning that down.
Yeah, well...
He can't help himself, the big guy.
You can... Where we're sitting, we're probably only 150 metres away from the break, and you can hear the waves just cracking on the reef. So it's hard not to look around and see if these guys are going to take a bomb or not. But pretty dangerous out there when the sets come through. So let's hope all the competitors stay safe today and get some good waves.
Yeah, so coming up in heat number 2, Alex Leon, Lockie Cramsey, Blackie, of course, the 2013 winner, Nick Ormerod from up Queenscliff way, or Kingscliff, I should say, and Garth McGregor, who is making a bit of a comeback. How's that? That's got to be the best comeback since hockey.
Yeah, yeah, mate, yeah. Yeah, Garth was actually on tour when we did the premiere up in Newcastle, and we got to hang out with Garth and his brother. And you're from Newcastle, Tez, so you know what those boys are like up there. They like to party, and yeah, it's good to see Garth competing over in Hawaii this year.
Well, he also went to Tahiti, where he got a 10-point ride against Mike Stewart. He didn't get a second wave. You know, I'll tell you a little funny story about Garth. We gave him back in the IBA days, we gave Garth a wild card to Pipeline and also to Shark Island when it was a World Tour event in 2008.
Yep.
He got a 10 and he didn't get a second wave in Pipe. He got a 10, he didn't get a second wave here.
Yep.
Right? Then he had a fair few years off. The boys gave him a wild card into Pipeline.
Yep.
He got a 10 over there.
Yep.
And then he went to Tahiti, he got a 10 and didn't get a second wave. He's got a 10 in every heat that he surfed on the World Tour.
He's just got to get a couple more 10s.
All he needs is a 3.5.
Yeah,
and
no,
but
but
get through heats.
He is a charger, and he's one of the best bodyboarders I've seen from Australia. That's for sure. So I'm looking forward to watching him in the next heat 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Garth McGregor, absolute legend.
He'll be in orange. So yeah, keeping an eye out for him.
All right, so having a little look at the replay here at the moment. And as you can see from that side view, there is some macking sets coming through, Winger.
Yeah, like you said, Terry, it's a bit hard to see our screen at the moment. There's a bit of glare on it, but definitely with the water angle, you can just see how hollow the wave actually gets. So hopefully if you're viewing at home, you can see the angle from the water as well as from the land here.
All right, well, as far as good scores go, Benny Hall is currently in the lead with a 6.33. Ben Players posted a 3.0. Benny Williams in the green singlets had a 2.17. Matty Young had a little 1.17, and no scores locked in for orange at the moment for Luke O'Connor. So that'll give us a bit of an indication as to what's happening out there at the moment. But there's a nice wide shot from the webcast crew. And as we said, day number 1 of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. All thanks to the guys at Boca Energy Drink is currently underway. I might try and interact with some of these people on the Facebook page. Maybe we'll go to the APB Facebook page. I'm sure that, let me just open up a tab there, and we might just put a little post up and say, hey, where you guys watching from?
We've got a rider up and riding here, Tezza. Just kicks out of that. I think that was a pretty wise move. Like it may have closed out down the line, that rider in green just kicking out of trouble.
All right, well that of course is... All right, well welcome back folks. The 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. We just had a slight little power issue there where we lost a generator, but we've plugged into someone's house right across the footpath there, and we're back and we're live. And it's Tez McKenna and of course Adam Windnut-Smith taking you through day number 1 of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. So a very good morning to everyone, Tezza and Wingo. And,
morning.
Well, we got some pretty crazy waves coming through, mate, for this first heat of the day.
Yeah, it looks like orange up and riding on this wave. Nice 6 to 8 foot wave and big aerial manoeuvre there on the end section.
All right, Luke O'Connor, that is the local guy. And, well, Luke needing a pretty good score to get himself out of trouble. At the moment, as we said, it's a 2-round format. Ben Hall at the moment is currently got the best wave with an 8.5. Actually, he's got a 8.52 wave tally. He's got a 6.33 and a 2.17. Ben Players only had a 3 and a 2. Benny Williams had a 2.17 and a 1.43. And Matt Young with a 1.17. Been a very quiet heat for Luke O'Connor, who just posted his first wave. But that one looked pretty sweet, mate.
It did, mate. Yeah, that was a large wave and came flying in from behind the section, and as you saw, got some air on the end section, commonly known as surge, out there to the locals. But yeah, nice wave there for Luke.
All right, well, here goes the replay. Once again, 25 athletes. It's a 1-day, it's a 2 days APB specialty event, and athletes from right around the country and the world, in fact, here for what is a very long, rich history here at the Shark Island Challenge. And as we talked about earlier, Wingo, the holding on premiere, it's been awesome. It's out on DVD now. You guys explained pretty much where Shark Island actually, in the movie, they had a really good explanation as to how this event actually spawned, where it was born from.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Yeah. The directors, Trent and Simon, did a great job sort of telling the story of how the sport started here in Australia and here in the Sutherland Shire at Cronulla, with Ryder in Green up and riding on a nice barrel there, and he makes it. That was one of the better ones I've seen this morning, Tezza.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Benny Williams. And yeah, in that movie, it pretty much explained the situation. You know, at that time, way back in the day, before the island actually started, the National Bodyboard Tour was being held in some pretty junky little beach break waves, particularly over there at Manly. And boys from Cronulla almost just kind of boycotted it and said, you know what, this is not where the sport is. They looked right out in their backyard, straight out the back here was Shark Island. They said, why don't we put an event on here? And as a result, here we are, many years later, with what has become, you know, one of the most incredible events in the world, really.
That's right, mate. And if you haven't seen the movie, make sure you check it out. It's holding on. It's just been released a couple of months ago. And yeah, like you said, Tezza, it does tell the story of how the sport started here in Australia, and especially here at Shark Island. So
yep.
If you haven't seen it, go out and check it out.
Yeah, very good stuff. All right, well, we're getting down towards the pointy end of heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up next will feature Alex Leon, Lockie Cramsey, Blackie will be there, back out there. That's Josh Kay, Nick Omrod, and Garth McGregor. So we've got some absolute legends. There's the replay of that last wave, and have a look at this. This is incredible. And look at the peanut gallery too. The guys in the foreground, they're just sitting in that lineup. That's always a classic part of the island, isn't it?
Yeah, good view out there from where they are. But you can see on the replay there, our local friend out there, Benny, on that wave. I'm pretty sure that'd be a high-scoring wave for him. So good luck to him.
All right, so we're getting down to the wire for this first heat of the day. Around about 15 minutes remaining, and heat number 2 will be coming your way. We've got 5 heats with 5 guys in it. We're going to serve 1 round here today, and pretty much that's how the format works here at Shark Island. But a little bit of maybe just a little too much north in the swell there again today, Wingo, but still what it does make is for some very exciting end sections.
That's right, mate. Like, as you can see, when those sets roll through, there's quite a few good waves coming through. We've been down here for a couple of hours now, and we've seen lots of good waves, and these guys are just waiting for a set now, but it's definitely contestable, and it's in like the 6 to 8 foot range on the sets as we were saying earlier.
All right, mate. Now, you've surfed here a lot over the years yourself. 8:30 at the moment. We've got a 9:30 high tide. What's the best tide to probably surf this on, you think?
Days like today, I would have to say high tide. You tend to get the bigger waves hold up and break onto the reef. So high tide, 10 a.m. this morning.
Yep.
Yeah, in another hour and a half, and those guys in that heat will probably get the best of it. But still contestable. A couple of hours before high tide, a couple of hours after high tide. So should be a good day.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's just waves firing up left, right, and centre. That's the beauty of Cronulla. There's so many options around here when you get a swell like this. Not to mention the guys back over there at Cape Solander for day number 2 of Cape Fear. But right now we are watching the world's best bodyboarders here at Shark Island. Looks like Luke O'Connor in the orange singlet is going to have a look at this one. Wingo, take us through. He's just decided to put the brakes on that one. Maybe just a little too small there, but wow, there's some crazy waves coming through, and it looks like someone's having a go at this one.
That would be red.
Well, that is Ben Hall. And Benny just sets it up for that inside section.
Oh.
Parks it in the tube, and he's going to get clamped on that thing.
Yeah, well, let's hope he pops up all right. I could see the wave wanting to go below sea level there and look really shallow on the end section. He's up. He's all right.
Can you remember, I mean, it's such a long time ago, Wingo, but can you remember the very first time that someone ever paddled you out here?
I do actually, yeah. It was actually over towards the lefts, and I would have only been 10 or 11 years old, and yeah, it was
it a
pretty.
freak out
It
or
was
what?
pretty freaky. Yeah,
It's scary,
you can see the rocks, you can see the reef, you can see the waves, you can hear and feel the power of the waves breaking on the rocks. And
Yeah.
I remember getting home that day and going, "Oh, Mum, Dad, I just surfed out Shark Island." My dad's like, "You went out where?" He wasn't happy. Couldn't believe it. It's pretty
Yeah.
gnarly waves. So he's like, "Be careful, you know."
Yeah, sure. What a
Yeah.
classic, eh? It's a very daunting thing. I remember I was surfing the point the first time that I ever went out the island. I was surfing the point. It was really crowded, and I saw 2 old kneeboard guys with big long beards riding spoon kneeboards out there. And I
Yeah.
thought, you know what? If they're riding, it's like these old guys are riding Shark Island. Surely I can go out and get a couple of waves. Anyway, I got out on the shoal. It was about 8 foot,
Yeah.
and I just was petrified. I couldn't believe the nature of the wave, mate. It is a real heart in the mouth kind of takeoff, isn't it? It's crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
the lead-in sometimes can be pretty good, but that inside section is just next level, isn't it?
It is, mate. Yeah, it is. It's perfect for bodyboarding, and yeah, it is a great wave. So,
Who's your favourite guy to watch out here over the years?
over the years, there's been a lot of guys growing up, older guys. Doug Robson, local guy. Dave Ballard, Matt Percy, Nathan Purcell, Nugget. A lot of good bodyboarders. Also, a lot of good stand-up surfers too. So yeah, it's always good to watch when the waves are up, and a lot of guys charging hard because it's quite a dangerous wave. So yeah.
Well, we got some bodyboarders tuning in from all around the world. We just put up a little post a moment ago on the APB Facebook page. And if you guys want to rock along there, and you'll see a picture. It's a horrible picture. Good picture of you. I look like I'm about it.
Replay.
Here's a bit of a replay. Anyway, jump on the Facebook page and say good day to us. It'd be pretty cool. And wow, that is a great view, looking right down into the throat of that thing. And
As you can see, it
that was that last wave there for Ben Hall, who actually got clamped at the end of that thing. So it was pretty crazy. So Ben Armstrong picked the harbour, saying go fellas. He interviewed a bunch of the pros, including Wingo for Fluid Zone. He's saying here, at the O2 event back in the day, he said, this is the best event and the best venue. Well, you're not wrong, Ben Armstrong. Thank you very much for tuning in. And Matty Foster is online at the moment. Matt, we do have a couple of little technical issues, obviously, that we're sorting through here at the moment. So bear with us, buddy, and we'll get the action to you guys best as we can. Heat number 2 coming up next. A couple of legends in that one, Wingo.
Yeah, that's right. We've got the local contest director, Alex Leon, and doing a great job with the APB.
I saw some pictures on Facey of Leon recently, I think when that last big swell came through, not this one, but the previous one.
Yeah.
Surfing some of those reefs down the other end of the beach here, and that was just crazy. That guy charges.
Yeah. I saw the same photo that you're referring to. It was like out the reefs here, and it was at least 10 to 15 foot. It was gigantic day. I think he got towed into it. One of the local boys whipped him in
I
with
think
the
it was
ski.
him and Griggsy were out there on the ski.
Yeah. So, good prop. Got to give credit to Alex there, charging that. They called it Big Wednesday a couple of weeks ago. Huge, gigantic swell. One of the first ones of the winter to hit here.
Yeah.
And he scored some really good waves just off the reefs out there. So.
All right, and Lockie Creams, of course, from the south coast, grew up on the sunny coast, but for the last year or so, Lockie's been repositioned down there on the south coast, down around Kiama way, mate, and he's always a pretty hard man to beat.
Yeah, and also I've noticed here, Blackie, who we were talking about before, 2013 Shark Island Challenge winner, he's up in green in Heat 2, so I'll be watching out for him. And also Garth McGregor, who we mentioned earlier from your town, at Newcastle. So look forward to seeing this heat.
All right, so Eric Eichmann is online at the moment. Jeff Hubbard, Dave Mack, Chris Steed, David Cavallo. We got a lot of comments straight off the bat there. That's pretty crazy. And lots of feedback too regarding the webcast. So the boys just asking for not to change cameras too many times and just focus on the that good, strong, zoomed-in action. And try not to show Wingo and Tez's ugly mug too much too. That's one of the comments there as well.
Good call.
Yeah, that's a good call. I like that one. Yeah, so jump on the APB Facebook page and tell us where you're watching from. Colin McDonald is watching from Wellington in New Zealand. Geez, Cole, I reckon New Zealand would have been getting bombarded by the last couple of big swells that we had.
Yeah. Well, when I looked on the swell forecast, you could see the low pressure system in between New Zealand and Australia. So I'd say they'd be getting waves over there as well.
Nice one. Also watching from Laguna Beach in California is JC Asprey. Good on you, JC Asprey. I hung out at Laguna Beach there for a while. It's a very cool part of the world. So jump on the APB Facebook page. You'll see an ugly little picture there of me and Wingo. Hanging out. Wingo looking good. Look, this is a problem when you're in the foreground and that makes your head look like it's 1,000 times bigger.
Oh, yellow.
Oh, get out of here. Yellow getting a sweet little one.
That was heavy.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. So Ben Hall is in the red singlet at the moment. It's heat number 1 of the day. We're coming down towards the tail end of this one. Around about 15 minutes remaining. They are 50-minute heats. Ben Williams in the green singlet. Wingo is currently leading this one. He's had a 7.0 and a 4.83. Ben Player with a 5.83 and a 3.0. Then you got Ben Hall with a 6.33. Luke O'Connor got a 6.83 for that big high-flying move that we saw earlier on in the orange.
Yeah, he did well. He did well to get air on that end section.
Yep.
So.
And Matt Young with a 6.0. So best wave of the heat so far has been a 7 from the guy in the green singlet, Ben Williams. So keeping in mind the way that this format works is that there's 2 completely separate rounds. There's no winner or loser of each heat.
Yep.
So what happens is after the 2 rounds are completed, the top 3 waves are added together, and that's how you determine the top 5 for the final.
That's right.
Got around about $6,000 or $7,000 worth of cash to give out. It's not really about the money here at Shark Island. It's all about the prestige that goes with the competition, mate.
Yeah, that's right, mate. If you take this one out, it's definitely, one of the jewels in the crown. It's up there with Chopu and Pipeline, I guess.
Well, speaking of Chopu and Pipeline, the APB World Tours had a pretty good start to the year. Had some nice waves over there in Pipe to kick off the event, and PLC won that one. And then the boys, of course, rocked over to Chopu, where Jeff Hubbard was victorious. And now it's off to Itacoatiara in Brazil. Yeah. Big, massive slabbing beach break.
Is this green or blue?
This is blue, I believe. This is blue up and riding at the moment. That is Ben Player from Avalon, former world champ, just setting that one up pretty sweetly.
Yeah, coming out
Once
the front.
We're just having trouble with our monitor here. We've got a lot of morning glare on that thing, so we can't really see what you guys are seeing. We're trying to look over our shoulder and commentate this live, so just bear with us for the first heat or 2. Once that sun goes up a little higher, we shouldn't have too much glare problems, and we should be pretty sweet. Yeah, so back to the APB World Tour, mate. Pretty sweet stuff. Here is the replay at the moment. And
Ben Hall.
That's red. Oh my goodness, that is scoring that one, Winger, and you can see just went over the handlebars inside the barrel. That was gnarly.
Was that red?
Yeah, that was Benny Hall on that one.
Yep, Benny Hall, local guy. Benny Williams and Benny Hall, both Cronulla locals, giving it a good dig here in Heat 1, which is good to see.
Alright, so I hope you're enjoying the action, folks. The 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge coming to you live from Cronulla. It's not too far, only about 45 minutes from the heart of Sydney here in Australia, and we are just coming off the back of an incredibly big swell. We had an East Coast low that provided waves yesterday in the sort of 12 to 15 feet range, so it's been absolutely huge. Today is it's nowhere near that, but it's still some pretty solid waves coming through, probably around 6 to 8 feet. Occasionally we've seen a couple of big bombs, maybe a little bigger than that, Wingo, come through.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely a good size swell for today. So I'd say, yeah, easily 6 to 8 foot with the occasional bigger, maybe 10 foot set. Really heavy breaking on the reef there. So just say to these competitors, you know, try and stay safe out there if you're going to go the big gnarly ones. But I guess that's what you've got to do to win the money and win the title.
Yeah, mate. It's as we said, it's all about. It's not so much about the manoeuvres at Shark Island, is it? You reckon it's more about the barrel?
Yeah, it's not so much about the manoeuvres out here. It's more just sort of getting the big, heavy, deepest tubes you can. I spoke to the head judge earlier today, and he said they will be scoring some high manoeuvres if they're able to perform on the end section there with the. But yeah, barrels mainly, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. What's all for some reason saying no signal.
Oh, how's that? Yeah.
Oh my God, that was crazy. All right, well, welcome back, folks. The OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And Benny Hall in the red singlet there, just getting himself an absolute smoker. We have had some technical issues here. It's all surrounding the power. First off, we had a generator that just kind of clonked out on us, and then we plugged into someone's house, and then the car went past and pulled it out of the power socket. So we're just struggling here, but it looks like we're on top of stuff now, and thanks very much for hanging in there and being patient with us. It's Tez McKenna from the APB, and of course Adam Wingnut Smith, local, is out there at the moment. And Wingo, mate, we have just seen a couple of big sets come through right then.
Yeah, well, that's right. As you said, looked like the rider in red, Benny Hall, local island charger, got a really nice wave. So good luck, good on the locals for doing well in this heat. I think we've got only a minute 47 remaining in this heat. So.
All right. Well, scores coming through for that one. Ben Player. Let's just have a look at some of these scores here, and I'm just going to refresh this one. Of course, we're using the CompuServe scoring system, and what do we got here? Ben Player's had a 5.83 and a 5.33. Ben Hall's had a 6.73 and a 6.33. He's probably got the two most consistent scores at the moment. Ben Williams has had a 7 and a 4.83. Luke O'Connor, 6.83 and a 3.0. And Matt Young with a 6 and a 2.33. Everybody's had at least one pretty good scoring wave. At the moment, on average, Ben Player is actually in the lead. That there is Luke O'Connor, and Luke is a local charger here in the island, and he'll be up to do the beach commentary once he's finished his first heat of the day. So we're coming down to the final minute of competition. Coming up, heat number 2. Who can we look forward to seeing, Winger?
Heat 2, we've got Alex Leon, another local. We have Nick Ormeroyd in blue, Garth McGregor in orange, Lucky Grimsey from the south coast. Is that your mate, Tessa?
Yeah, Lockie Cramsey.
Yeah, Lockie Cramsey, yeah. And another local, Josh, commonly known as Blackie around here, the 2013 Shark Island Challenge winner. So looking forward to watching Heat 2. Some really quality waves coming through when these sets roll in.
All right, so about 10 seconds remaining, and we're going to wind up heat number 1 of the day. And, oh my goodness, there are just some big slabs coming through here, folks, for this first day of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge for 2016. All righty, well, that pretty much concludes heat number 1 of the day. Ben Hall, Matt Young, Ben Williams, Ben's player Luke O'Connor will return to shore. And straight off the bat, Winger, looks like we got a couple of smokers coming through, buddy.
Yeah, mate, definitely some big, solid 6 to 8, occasional 10-foot set coming through. So these guys from Heat 1 did a good job of charging some of those big ones. So looking forward to seeing what Heat 2 can come up with. I just bumped into Damien King there, the ex-world champion. He's looking forward to getting out in his heat later on in an hour or two, I think. Kingy's out there.
Well, this is from the previous heat, I believe, so we haven't started yet. We're still waiting to kick off this second heat of the day. Alex Leon in the red singlet will take on Lockie Cramsey in the white. Josh Kay, of course, Blackie, the 2013 winner, will be in the green. Nick Omerod in the blue, and Garth McGregor in the orange. And Adam Wingnut Smith, that is the start of heat number 2 here at the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And, well, I saw Garth McGregor surfing in Newcastle yesterday. We had some 10 to 12, maybe 15 footers coming through Newey Beach yesterday. Garth was out there charging it, mate.
Yeah, I saw some photos online of the big left-handers rolling in at Newcastle, and when you told me Garth was out there, I wasn't surprised because I saw him over in Tahiti. I actually watched a bit of the Tahitian event, the last bodyboard event over there, and him and some of the other guys got some good waves over in Tahiti. So
yeah, well, he was up against Mike Stewart where he got a 10-point ride, and I think he needed like a 3 or 4 or something, but he just couldn't find a second wave, and that has been the story of Garth McGregor's life. I'm pretty sure I'll have to check with Craig Hadden, our stats guy, but effectively Garth has got a 10-point ride in every single World Tour event that he's ever surfed in. So that should be very interesting as we see Alex Leon on his opening wave, and Leo just backdooring that one. Oh, that was nicely done. Little spin on the way out as well. So I tell you what, he can talk the talk, but he can also walk the walk. That is the CEO of the APB, Alex Leon.
Yeah, doing a good job too. Getting over to Brazil and all to Chile and everywhere. So
he's doing a great job, mate. It's been a very tricky time over the last 2 or 3 years since the demise of the IBA, and we sort of had to just kind of get the ashes and the embers of what was a really good World Tour and kind of fire it up again. So Alex is at the forefront of that. We're also working with Tom Wilson, who's a real mastermind. Tommy was, of course, he was the man behind the GOB back in the day. So and he was the first guy to take the World Tour to Tahiti way back in the day. Did you ever go to that event?
I wasn't fortunate enough to be in Tahiti when the event was on, but I did go for a vacation once, and I had a great time over there. Went to Chopu, but unfortunately the waves weren't real big that day, but
sure.
Had a great holiday over there. A lot of good people over in Tahiti, so if you're watching in Tahiti,
big shout
and
out.
Hawaii, aloha.
Man, I'll tell you what, let's have a look while there's a bit of a break in the action here. I'm just going to highlight some of the people that are watching this webcast and from different parts of the world. Let's start at the bottom here. Bodyboard Lab are watching from Italy. How are you guys? Also from Israel, we got Tom Niv is watching, and David Cavallo from Portugal. So South London, we got James Preslow. And we go back to the action here, and the blue singlet up and riding. Nick Omerod is from the far north coast. Winger, and look at this inside section, mate.
Oh,
my goodness. And Nick Omerod just getting clamped at the end of that thing. And
2 good waves in that set, and he just got swallowed alive by that one.
Nick Omerod got washed in on that wave. That is just crazy. He was underwater for like 50 metres.
Yeah, a lot of water moving out there over the reef, and it's always good to see the guys pop up safely at the end because it can get quite dangerous there. So
yeah, that was wild stuff there. So Nick Omerod nailing his first wave. So Alex Leon opened up with a pretty good one. We saw Nick Omerod there, and more sets coming through out the back. winger.
Just caught a glimpse of the replay on that one. You can see how hollow it gets.
This is Garth McGregor from Newcastle, and Garth is making a huge comeback. In fact, Garth is actually going to Eureka as well. Nice big roll on the end section, and he's a very solid man, the old Garth McGregor. So yeah, he's always going to push through those big ones. So I've got myself, Taz McKenna, winger, Jim, we've got a whole cavalcade of stars that we're going to be bringing in and out throughout the webcast, throughout the day. And it is going to be an incredible day of action, that's for sure.
It is, mate. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. The swell's going to stick around. So I'll be staying tuned, for sure.
All right, well, right now you're watching the second heat of the day, the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, brought to you by the guys at Proper Energy Drink. So love the all natural lifted fine up in the afternoon. Thanks again to In-Flight Media, those guys providing the training. Also to Nutrition Station, got a little shop here in Cronulla, and a big shout out to Science, coconut water, keeping everyone hydrated. And also Daisy and the boys from Animal Bodyboarding store here in Cronulla. Always great supporters of the island as we welcome along to the webcast. Jim and Hydenreich, how are you, mate?
I'm good, Terry. Good to see you.
Long time no see.
It has been a couple of years. You well?
Yeah, good, mate. You keeping busy?
I am busy.
I saw you got a couple of gigs there. Doing a couple of mini-series and stuff like that. It's all going pretty well, mate, with the career?
Little bits and pieces floating around. And I went back to my trade a couple of years ago, which was good. Had to buy a house for my kids.
What's your original trade?
Lift mechanic.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Nice, mate. Great to see you back here. And what a day, mate. What a swell, hey? That East Coast low just pumping some insane waves down the East Coast over the last 48 hours.
Well, I live in Maroubra, and Coogee is smashed.
Yeah, right.
The swell that was coming into Coogee has smashed the old surf club.
Got ya.
Punched a hole through the brick wall.
Wow.
The gym gear is strewn all the way through and pushed against the back wall.
Sure.
I don't know how the building's going to survive.
That's crazy.
I don't know if you know where Diamond Bay is in Vaucluse.
Yeah.
But that's at least a 100-metre cliff face.
Yeah.
I've seen footage of waves breaking over the cliff face
That
and
is
washing
wild.
into the block of units. Looks like Green's up, having a little bum crack here.
Yeah, well, that is Blackie, the 2013 winner, showing some big sets out the back, Jimmy.
Yeah, well, there is a bit of a gap between the sets, but when they roll in, they're not mucking around. I got down here this morning when it was still on dark, and South Cronulla yesterday was absolutely massive, unsurfable.
Yeah.
And I noticed as that tide went out, it was dragging the swell out with it, but once it turned to high tide pushing back in again, it started pushing in these behemoths.
I saw Zimzala, the little restaurant in the corner down there, they got hammered, mate.
Yes.
Waves breaking right the way through it. Out of control.
Well, they're not making coffee today because everything's covered in sand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, big sets pushing through and a lot of water moving on that last set. But you can see those things. What would you call those? 6 to 8 footers? 8 to 10?
I don't know. Look, it's got to be bigger because Shark Island will hold 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And you'll see on the big sets, they're just folding over. It's not holding it at all.
It's breaking wide of the reef. It's probably still got a bit of north in it as well, eh?
It does. There is a bit of north in it. And you see the guys in the first heat, they were trying to pick off those east ones. Even Ben Hall was trying to look for something with a little bit of south in it.
Sure.
He got that massive bomb right at the start, and you saw Surge drain dry. That was just a little bit of north kicking into the swell. And as that water was pushing through, it was draining everything off the reef, and he got owned. Yeah. But he's a tough boy.
Oh man, there were some crazy rides in that first one, and just having a look at the scores that have come through so far. Alex Leon posting a 5.0, Garth McGregor with a 4.5, and Lockie Crampsey in the white singlet with a little trailway score at 2.67. But pretty unique format here, Jim. And of course, they have the 2 rounds of the competition. They finish that up, and at the end of it, they tally up the top 3 waves from each rider, and the top 5 go into the final tomorrow. Now,
the top 3 waves, is that from one heat, or is that?
No, across the 2 heats.
It is across the two
heats.
So let's say you don't get a good heat, a good wave in one heat.
Yeah.
Will it be the top 3 from your next heat?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, exactly. If you can better get 3 better waves than you did in the first one, then they'll count. So either way, they'll take your top 3 scores across the 2 rounds, tally them together, and that will give us the top 5 finalists.
Because although that first heat was an epic heat and you saw some fantastic exchanges, I felt for those guys, they're surfing in the toughest part of the day when the tide is at its lowest over the whole period of this competition.
That's right.
And as you see, as the tide pushes in, it may look like the swell's getting smaller, but it'll actually break better because there'll just be more water on the reef.
Gotcha.
Surge will have more water on it. That end section won't be pinching and closing out as much as it has been. Which is why I asked that question. Tomorrow, if you're surfing later in the day and you've got more water and you get 3 good waves in that heat.
That's right.
If that counts, that's
maybe
epic.
What they need to do is reverse the heats tomorrow, so the other guys get the better stuff in the morning and vice versa.
Well, going off the heats that I've seen for tomorrow, I think the whole thing's just mixed up. Everyone's surfing against different guys, and like you said, it just comes down to getting those top waves as opposed to beating the competitors you're surfing with.
All right, well, hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Tezza and Jim are now holding down the webcast here, and send your comments through on the APB Facebook page, and we'll try our best to interact with the spectators throughout the day.
100%.
What a classic, the Holding On premiere, mate. Did you go to the premiere of that here in Cronulla? Were you around for it?
I was planning on going and seeing it, and I had to work.
Mate, it was one of the greatest flashbacks I've ever had. It was like every man and his dog was there. It was about 1,000 people
Yeah, it was
for
packed.
the Cronulla one. But in that, you've obviously seen the movie.
I have.
Yeah, so in the movie, they've really kind of explained where this event actually spawned from.
Absolutely.
And they did a great job. And of course, back then, the Australian Bodyboard Tour has gone through its highs and lows throughout the years, but at that particular time, the guys were more focused on surfing kind of shitty venues with small waves with big crowds, which, I mean, it's always hard to try and get the mix right. But the boys from Cronulla just effectively said, you know what, screw that. We've got one of the best waves in the world in our backyard, and let's put an event on there, and the rest is history.
Absolutely. I think what else that film touched on was the bodyboarding culture that came out of Cronulla.
Sure.
How it evolved, and the guys at the forefront really driving that. They were staunch. So, you know, we're bodyboarders, and we don't care what you think. This is what we surf, and this is what we do, and this is what we're about. And then you got the oldest bodyboarding shop came off the back of that culture, Emerald. You got the oldest club in the world. The Cronulla Bodyboarding Club came off the back of that staunchness, and it really paved the way, I think, for bodyboarding in Australia anyway, to stand up and compete, have some sort of competition, regardless of everything else was going on in the surfing world.
Yeah, there we go. And you know, right to this very day, it's not about the money. It's all about the trophy here and the prestige that goes with this event.
Well, I think that's what bodyboarding is. Bodyboarding isn't about the money. It's about the prestige.
No,
it's about,
clearly, if people want to go to be chasing cash,
you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, go and get a tennis ball.
Or play golf.
But yeah, that's right. But no, and that's one of the beautiful things about it as well, because, you know, with money comes an element, a dark element as well. You know, when money's the root of all evil. And I think that, you know, it's been a two-edged sword, but the fact that bodyboarding hasn't had any money over the years has actually made the people within the fraternity of bodyboarding really down to earth, and they do it for the right reasons.
Absolutely, and I think the community, like last year, I think you'd know better than me, it appeared to be a tough year for bodyboarding. It seemed to be going through another transitional phase where some new people moved in to create a bigger tour with more venues, like you saw Chopu this year, and we did lose a couple of venues. There was no pipe last year for whatever reason, and we got through that transitional phase, and then this year's gearing up to be a great year for the World Tour.
Yeah, fantastic. Actually, we kicked off a pipe, went to Chopu, then we're going to go to Itacoatiara in Brazil, which is a really good big heavy wave, and then it's on to Arica and Nazaré, you know, Fronton. So starting to get the whole thing, you know, coming back. We're talking about it with Wingo, but obviously there's after the demise of the IBA, it's kind of we had to get the ashes and turn them around a bit and get the embers going, and it's starting to flame up again, and it's looking good.
Well, it's that camaraderie that you're talking about in bodyboarding that seems to be pulling the community back together again, and everyone seems to be working together, gelling together to just get comps out there. And epic venues. We've got Pipeback, Chopu, you got Arica, that's insane.
Totally.
And then you've got Fronton at the end of the year. I mean, that's a schizophrenic thing.
Nazaré's a wild. I mean, we only had really small waves here last year, but at the end of the day, here's a lovely little camera angle. Just got a bit of flash on our screens here, so we're trying to do the best to call the action off those ones, but we might just turn around occasionally, Jim it, and have a look at this in live, because we're all mic'd up, mate, so we can do whatever we want. It's heat number 2 of the day is currently underway. Alex Leon is in the red. We got Lockie Cramsey in the white. Blackie is in the green. That's Josh Kay. Nick Omerod is in the blue singlet. Garth McGregor is in the orange. What a classic comeback story, Garth McGregor.
Well, he's the all-time charging hero, isn't he?
He's going to be the mayor of Newcastle, I think.
He's bidding for it. I even saw some photos floating around of him surfing some behemoth yesterday.
Oh,
You'd know better. Where was that?
That was Newcastle Point.
Oh, my God.
10 to 12 feet with 15-foot sets.
Yeah.
And Garth is just charging.
I just saw his little chicken wing lifted up in the air. He's scooping into something massive.
Classic, mate. He's an absolute legend in the end. We've got him back on the World Tour as well. I mean, he did Pipeline. He got an invitation to Tahiti.
Yep.
And now he's going to Arica.
I saw him. I saw his 10-point ride at Chopu this year.
Unreal.
He pulled that out of the bag
What
with
a club,
seconds to go in the heat.
He's an incredible tube rider, Garth.
He is.
Apart from the fact that he can still do moves and that, he's could be in the fact that
He's a big, strong boy.
He's a solid man.
You know, he reminds me of Morgan Brown. He's another big, strong,
There we go.
solid boy. But he still flips out of pipe down.
He does, and I saw that Morgan actually commented on a lot of stuff on Facebook with Garth's posts and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, he's following him along because they're in the same mold.
They're in the same weight division.
That's it, yeah, the heavyweights.
That's exactly
the big
right.
hitters. But it's awesome to see, and I don't think there's been a comeback like that since Mark Okalupo, you know.
Well,
it's got to be up there. It's awesome. Because Garth was like sideline, sitting on the sideline and just surfing Newcastle for the last 15, 20 years.
Still laying his claim to his favourite waves, though.
Oh, of course. He's always owned Newcastle. There's no doubt about that. Well, there's looks like Lockie Cramsey on a little inside wave here. Jim, nice little
roller on the barrel there. That was a good effort. Nice leg stall to roll.
All right, well, things are starting to clean up a bit, as you said, with that incoming tide. We've got a 1.4 metre high tide, 10 a.m.
Which isn't a massive high tide for this sort of swell and this sort of direction, but I don't know, every half an hour you might be getting an extra couple of inches on that reef, and every inch counts when the swell's this big.
Oh, Alex Leon, that one didn't quite open up for our illustrious leader, but a nice little exchange there between Leon in the red and Lockie Cramsey in the white singlet.
So you have a look at this thing that just came through, set. The whole middle is not holding up. It's not quite long.
Replay up, you guys are commentating for that. So you got to commentate off the screen.
Yeah.
We can't see the screen.
Can't you?
No.
We can, if you just don't come to us at all on the camera, we can stand up there and look at that.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a replay. You can see that one there from Nick Omerod. That was a pretty sweet replay from the boys a little earlier on. As we said, we've just got some problems here with our technical side of things. We're going to try and we might be able to have a slight delay, but we'll try and look at the webcast screen on the laptop.
We've got the sunshine beaming straight in on our
That's the
viewing
problem.
screen.
It's the morning light here, folks, so we're just having a bit of a problem trying to actually see the monitors so as we can call the action as you guys see it at home. Coming up, heat number 3, Kane Baker, Sean Peterson, Winston McCall, Damien King and Jack Baker. It's a nice little mix of legends and locals, isn't it, David?
Yeah, well, you got some like you saw Luke Aloysius O'Connor in that first heat bang out that nice invert. I think that was the only air move you saw in the first heat. It was a pretty critical move, but I think he worked out pretty quickly that Serge was a little bit shallow. He's blue, having a little dig.
Yeah, that's Nick Omerod.
Nice big invert.
Yeah, that was a nice little hit there for Lukey, just flashing the bottom of the board to the crowd.
That's it.
It's awesome how you get the peanut gallery sits out wide there. Hey, that's a good view, isn't it? The best seat in the house.
Well, this is look at it, world-class wave. It's like an auditorium. It's like watching gladiators go off to battle.
That's crazy. So cool. This is Garth McGregor. And Garthy coming from way downtown. He's going to get smashed on that one. That thing just had a warp in it. And out the back.
Still looking for a little bit more water on that end section. I don't know about you, but where Garth's sitting right now, I wouldn't want to dip my feet in there.
That is a pretty terrible spot to be, Garth. May as well just turn around and come in a little bit, eh? Yeah, that's it. Get off that shelf. But I tell you what, he's indestructible, Garth McGregor. Probably pretty much, he's a pretty hard man to hurt.
I wouldn't run at him.
Absolutely.
Oh, it was a few years ago. I remember Jacob Romero came out and surfed that first island comp he was in, and his first wave, he straight off an aeroplane, drove here
Yep.
from the airport, busted a big air reverse in the middle section, close out,
Yep.
and rode straight across the island
He did
to the
that.
other side. I think he scored a 9 point something for
Yeah,
that
right.
wave. That is possibly one of the most insane things I've seen in an island comp
Yeah,
today.
he's a maniac in the Romero.
Oh, he's got a couple of screws loose, but for a good reason.
Absolutely, no, and very good morning to all of our Hawaiian friends. Actually, I noticed there was a couple of boys from Oahu tuning into the webcast earlier on. We did send out a bit of a cheerio this morning on the Facebook page. We had people watching from Port Macquarie, Brisbane, Mollymook, Laguna Beach in California. We had people in Ballarat, also in Portland in Oregon. So lots of action coming through here at the moment, Jim. Big wide one just going under.
have a
It
look
looks
at this
like
thing.
someone having a late go at
There's
this.
something of a sticky beat, but there's another one coming in behind it. Have a look at this thing. It's got a little bit of a north in it. How are those scores dropping?
Yeah, let's have a little look there. You can see
Looks like Lockie's last wave.
Lockie,
Look at that.
Lockie's last wave was pretty sweet. And some of those water angles are just amazing. Lockie Cramsey coming out of that previous wave, so he looks like he's probably going to get a pretty good score for that one. We'll just
Took a nice high line there to skip over that end section, that end step. And that step's actually rock.
Yeah. Okay, so at the moment, I think we're probably still waiting for a score for Lockie Cramsey, because that's got to be better than a 417, doesn't it? There we go. Okay, here it is. So Cramsey's last wave, 733.
Not bad.
Yeah, at the moment on a two-wave tally, but keeping in mind that this is not a regular contest. Normally it's the best two waves tallied together. Nick Omerod's actually using the old format. Nick would be winning the heat, but the best wave at the moment is a 733 for Lockie Cramsey. And then the second best would be a 617 for Nick Ormerod, and then a 5 for Leo. So that's the situation there. As we see the guy in green, this is Blackie up and riding.
Look at this machine. See, Blackie rides this wave with his eyes closed. I've heard of him paddling out here at midnight for a high tide surf.
Well, he just got
Just got pinched right at the end there. Taken off nice and deep.
But we're seeing some very cool vision.
Well, look, I'd expect to see that from the locals. They know this wave better than everyone. They surf it every day. I would expect to see them taking off a little bit deeper and charging as hard as what you just saw Blackie have a crack at.
Well, look at the water angle on Blackie's last wave was pretty wild.
Look at
You
that
see him
thing.
just coming, separating from the board there, right at the very end of that thing. He had a couple of steps and bumps and lumps to deal with, but at the moment it looks like Lockie Cramsey with a 733 has got the best single wave of the heat. Then it's Nick Omerod and Alex Leon with a 5. So Garth McGregor's had a 4.5 and a 283 for all of our friends watching in Newcastle. Very good morning to all the Nabocasturians up there who following Garth's progress along, and it looks like we have a bit of a wave here for the guy in the white singlet, Lockie Cramsey.
Oh, look at the lip on that. There is so much water pushing through here. He looked like he might have been trying to skip out the side of that.
Well, I think did he try to get a roll out of
I
that
think he
thing?
tried to roll out of that thing.
That's very ambitious, to say the least.
That's a pretty heavy section of the wave right there. That's white rock. Normally in a east-southeast swell, white rock you'd have the straight part of the wave, the east part of the wave,
Yeah.
and you take off as far south as you can to backdoor that section and line yourself up for the end section, which is, I just had a mental blank, surge,
Gotcha.
which is the shallowest part of the wave.
Sure.
Where they're taking off now is kind of a little bit behind white rock. It's kind of in the middle. And to try and roll out of that heavy section is basically where all the water's pushing.
That's way better, thanks. All right, well, hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, brought to you by the guys from Vodka Energy Drink.
Blues on.
And
Blue's on, nice and deep.
Ooh, take us through this one, damn it.
Well, he just washed off a little bit of speed there to pick his line. Oh, he's looking for something down the end of this, I think. Draws a high line and flips out over the step, unfortunately. Incompletes that move.
All right, well, nice attempt there from Nick Omeron, but the execution not quite up to scratch, but he set that one up beautifully. It looks like Garth McGregor survived bouncing across the reef here at Shark Island. He's back out the back there in the orange singlet, and we look forward to seeing Garth. There's still about 25 minutes remaining, mate, so plenty of time left in this one.
Oh, they've got all morning, these guys. Alex Leon's come up with a great format. He's giving them, knowing that there's a long period in the swell, he's giving them 50 minutes, I think, for each heat.
That's right.
So everyone will get a set, or a crack at a set, or two.
All right, Garth McGregor having a look at this one, and he just summed that one up, and it had a few lumps and bumps in it. Lockie Cramps, he picked up the corner of that one and just charged into a bit of a closeout, but it's action aplenty here, folks, as the tail end of a monstrous northeast swell that made its way down the coastline. We've still got probably another 48 hours of action left in that thing, but tomorrow will definitely be a bit smaller, but for sure there's going to be some waves around, that's for sure.
Well, what are they saying? The predictions, it drops a couple of feet and we lose a couple of seconds off the swell period.
Yeah, so I reckon tomorrow it'll still be maybe 4 to 6 feet.
Yeah, with a little bit more south in the swell.
Yep.
The guys had a vote this morning whether to run this as a one-day event or a two-day event. They opted for the two-day version so they could, get a taste of something different tomorrow. Oh, look how thick that lip is.
Wow.
There's a lot of water pushing through. So we've got to set out the back here. It's not quite hitting the reef, it's washing through.
Well, there's a bit of a break in the action. Thanks again to the guys from OpenLIVE who have kind of redefined how we listen to music. They've, of course, got that high-res audio. It's done what HD did to television. They've done that for audio.
Yep.
So they've got incredible stuff. The old MP3 downloads you get off the iTunes store, he was saying if you compare that to coffee, that's like a blend 43. And then your OpenLIVE stuff is your barista style, like full-on trendy cappuccino.
Mocha frappe latte.
yeah, the old cappuccino with the carob on top. That's full-on Bondi. Classic stuff, yeah. So thank you very much to OpenLIVE. Check out their website, openlive.co. And one of the other cool things they do is they stream concerts live in HD. So you don't have to be there. You can just be lying in bed with your headphones on, listening to, your favourite artist in concert somewhere around the world.
Live. Look at this.
Garth
Red's having a
McGregor.
sticky beak.
And Garthy sets up this one. And he loves the big thick stuff, McGregor, and he somehow weaves his way through.
That line that he took was a fantastic line. Rode high to just get above that step. And as I said, that step is rock. That surge drawing out. That's what creates that step in the wave. Drawing a high line to try and navigate his way around it and drop off it. Unfortunately, he got blasted.
There was all kinds of lumps and bumps. That might have actually been... Was that red on that last wave? That was actually red. Okay, so that was Alex Leon. My apologies. Garth McGregor is out there and he's wearing the orange singlet, so we'll see what Garth can come back with. But yeah, beautiful line there from Leo on the inside, but he just couldn't quite squeak out of it. It had all kind of lumps and bumps in it. Look at these reefs down the coast here. Either side, mate, wherever we look, we've got Voodoo and Owls and all that to the north. We've got some crazy reef breaks to the south, and Cronulla is just firing up here today.
Cronulla's going off. I came down here for a look yesterday just to fathom what was hitting Cronulla.
Yep.
To see what it unfolded today. And yesterday was just insane. There was no one surfing the beaches, they were too big. Sure. The only guy I saw out was on some motorised surfboard. I don't know if you've seen him. With a little handle at the front.
I saw that guy the other week.
Lunatic. The thing weighs a tonne. He needed to bring a trailer down the beach to get it out of the water. So if you caught one on the head, I don't know what you'd do.
Oh, man.
But he was zipping up and down the beach in the white water, picking a moment to get out the back. He gets out the back and then he's taking off on these things that you wouldn't, they're not going anywhere, it's just a big closeout.
What the hell?
Pulling in for a second, get a little cover up and then shooting out the front and heading into the beach.
Classic stuff. All right, well, once again, thanks for tuning into the webcast, folks. Tessa and Jim holding it down in the webcast booth here at the moment, waiting for a couple of sets to come through. Jump onto that APB Facebook page and let us know where you're watching from, and we'll do our best to get a bit of a shout out for you people. It's our way of interacting with the crowd on what's an awesome day here in the Shire. So a little bit of cloud just starting to come in over the back of us. That's made life a bit easier on us. This morning it was a cloudless start to the day and there was a lot of glare around, and so now we're starting to really get everything sorted out. After a couple of little technical glitches at the start there, it's all systems go.
Well, we start so early. We've got the sun beaming straight in here. We're facing east. I think that's been the biggest difficulty for us to overcome. But on a positive note, what a comeback for the Shark Island event. It didn't run last year. We didn't get the swell that we expect for this competition to run. But look at this.
Nick Omrod. And you can see Nick just sets it up, nice little carve on the inside. Didn't have a whole bunch of options. Nick's always been a star performer out here at the island. And, well, it goes way back to Derek Hume and Winston McCall's old man.
Yeah, well,
probably like they were the pioneers back here in the day, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Well, Nick's such an underrated, powerful rider. Whenever there's a big swell down here, he manages to find his way out there.
Sure.
Always taking off on the biggest sets. I've never seen someone who can get so much speed from his fins. He can get from one side of the island to the other like that. You're looking at setting yourself up, and he's gone. He's on it. You're like, how did that happen? He's like got a little motorboat at the end of his feet.
He's a pretty powerful kid too, isn't he? And now, of course, he gets his fair share up there at Coogin Reef as well, where they get a lot of good waves up on the coastline. So, yeah, just waiting for a couple little waves to roll through, but otherwise it's awesome. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors, including Nutrition Station. You come into Cronulla, you'll see a nice little shop there by the mall. This is Garth McGregor, and that is a monster set wave here for Garth.
Tucks under the lip there.
And Garthy waiting for this one to open up. There he is, Garth McGregor, fanging through the barrel. You can see that face on the grommets there, just said it all.
I think this straight on angle, we're not getting an idea on really how thick that lip is. This wave throws as far out as it stands tall, and there's a massive amount of water pushing through onto the reef, giving it that massive volume of water in the lip. There's one place you don't want to be, and that's underneath it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much to Tynes. Premium coconut water is pure with no additives. Water is coconut water, of course, naturally sweet. It's got no added sugar, and therefore it's low in calories. Great way to rehydrate. And alright, just turn that off there, and sorry about that, folks. But scores coming through at the moment. Okay, let's have a look at this stuff. So it looks like Ramsey. I might just refresh this page to make sure that we've got the absolute latest update with the live scores here, thanks to the gang at CompuServe. Yeah, Cramsey's still holding on to a 7.33. That's the best single score of the heat so far. Nick Omrod with a 6.17. Alex Leon's got a 5.0, a 4.5 for Garth McGregor, and a 2.93 for Josh Klein. Got a
couple of sets sneaking through.
Got about 1,000 messages from Newcastle because Garth's in the water. Everyone's just
all the lights are on.
Yeah, and you know what was really cool, Jim? It was to get Garth over to Tahiti. Look at this replay of Garth McGregor here. That is just an insane angle, isn't it? As you said, looking down into the throat of that beast.
Blows out the candle. He was all focused. Look at this. I mean, look at the volume of water in that.
And it just clamped him at the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just pinching at the end.
He was doing everything right, but not even the big frame of Garth McGregor is going to push through a thick lip like that one. But yeah, back to Garth, as we said. Before he went to Tahiti, they said, like, we want to get Garth to Tahiti, and we held a fundraiser in Newcastle.
Yeah.
One of the greatest nights of the year, mate. And they raised $10,000 for him.
That's fantastic.
Isn't it unreal? It's so cool. And he's got so many supporters up there, and basically the call on the street at the moment is, when's the next one?
Really?
He could run one a month. It's unreal.
Do you remember the night?
No. That's why it was good.
Oh, that's great to hear. Obviously there's a strong local bodyboarding community in Newcastle. They've got a great club at Newcastle.
You bet.
There's some really good bodyboarders getting busy.
Absolutely.
And keeping the froth with the grommets.
You know what? It's a little bit like the Shire, actually, Damien, in the fact that we've got some really good beach breaks, and we've also got some really cool reefs there as well.
Yep.
A lot of reefs, probably 50% of the waves that we ride are reef breaks in Newey. So, like Cronulla, it's very similar. As we go back to a bit of live action, and this is the rider in red,
This is Alex Leon having another crack. Nice little cutty. Washes off a bit of speed, bit of a leg drag. Tucks under that lip, and look at that. Big roll off the
look
end
at that.
section.
And that's
And
that's
look, I
the
can
water
see
angle.
ahead.
I tell you what, that was a pretty sweet little one from Alex.
Just
and-
pops him off the back there. I wonder how that score will drop, whether that'll be recognised as riding out or not. You would probably know better than me. When you in a situation like that, when you've got so much water pushing through, you've landed it,
Yeah.
and the water pushes over and past you.
I think the judges take all that into consideration.
Yep.
Yeah, and it would probably lean towards a bit more towards the fact that it's a completed manoeuvre because
Yep.
Lee had a in-control landing.
Yep.
And then got bumped off by the sheer power of the wave afterwards.
I had a chat to Craig Haddon this morning. I asked him what he was looking for
Right.
today, and he said barrels
Yeah.
will be scoring, obviously, and manoeuvres, but they're looking for nice, deep
Yeah.
rides
Absolutely.
with lots of pit time.
Well, I think that's the bottom line here at Shark Island. It's funny, some events lean more towards manoeuvres, obviously the beach break events and stuff, but then you got spots like, Chope Hill and Pipeline, and here at Shark Island as well, where it's all about getting tubed. So we're down to 15 minutes remaining. It's heat number 2 of the day. Heat number 3, Kane Baker, Sean Peterson, Winston McCall. It's going to be interesting to see Winston McCall. Of course, he's the lead singer of Parkway Drive.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's
Some people liken him to the next generation's Ryan Hardy in terms of style. And
Really?
Yeah, he's a very stylish rider. He's got he looks very good up high on his board.
Yep.
He's been a bit quiet over the last couple of years. It's great to see him back on the competition
Sure.
circuit. Kane Baker, he's a local charger. He's not scared of anything. In fact, he treats this like a shore break, so I'll be looking forward to seeing him pull into some closeouts.
Uh-huh.
Sean Peterson, great underrated bodyboarder. He's from the Central Coast. He moved down to Cronulla a couple of years ago. He's been surfing pretty consistently out of here. Damien King obviously won the penultimate 2001 Shark Island Challenge, which is the biggest size event that we've seen out. That was one of the most spastic bodyboarding comps known to mankind.
Yep.
And just looking behind us here at the auditorium, it looks like Green's having a go. The
Yeah.
Green machine.
Well, that is Blackie, of course, 2013 winner, Josh Kay.
I think if he saw what was behind this, he may not have gone that.
And in the white singlet, Lockie Cramsey sets this one up.
Oh, look at that, tucked under the chandelier there.
And there's the water angle. Oh my goodness, and that is crazy from Cramsey. Once again, those barrels are just not opening up. I mean, they open up at the start, but as it gets onto that shoulder, it goes a bit chubby. It's a nice throaty froth monster for the bloke in the blue singlet.
Was that Nick Omrod?
Yeah, Nick Omrod.
Nick Omrod. So Nick Omrod is showing that maybe today experience out here is what's going to pay off. Knowing which waves are a little less north, because obviously that north is coming in on that end section and making it pinch a little bit. Step up and it's just all ugly. Have a look at this empty going through. The sheer volume of water just blows me away here.
It's got to be one of the most daunting waves in the world.
Well, it is. I mean, it's called Shark Island because it is actually an island, and the wave breaks on it, and there's no room for error. Once you've committed, you've committed. And if you speak to any local down here, they'll tell you the safest place to be once you've taken off is inside the barrel.
Yep.
Because if you go straight, you're most likely going to eat reef several times because you'll get stuck on the reef, and then whatever's thrown at it, you've got to wear it. You can't duck dive once you're on the reef.
Sure.
I tend to throw my board and lie flat and try to hold on to something. Some people stand up and try to dive. That's never ended well for me.
No.
And I don't know what it is, but the back of the reef seems to be a lot harder than the front of the reef. I bang my ankles on the back of the reef and it's like kicking a steel wall.
Oh, God. I tell you what, this guy's going to take your hat off. Here we go with, once again, this is Garth McGregor. And Garth really needs, you can see a little
Look at
loss
that.
of control there, but he's just ripped it back.
Just loses his rail a little bit, but I think the whitewater pushing through there it may have assisted him.
Nice stuff there from Garth McGregor from Newcastle. So heat number 2 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge is underway.
Is that yours? Who's? I've just been handed my 18th coffee for today, so.
Ooh. Got a little message here from Kim Feast from WA. Hey Tezza, will you get messages today? Yes. I got that one, Kimbo. Thank you, mate. Awesome stuff. Interacting live and on the profile at the same time. Hey, previous winners of this contest. Look at this for a who's who of bodyboarding. 1997, Matt Percy. Absolute legend. Then it went Steve Bullet McKenzie in 98.
Another legend.
Rissol, 99.
Another legend.
Mike Stewart, 2000.
Another legend.
You can just keep going. Damien King won it in 2001.
Another legend.
GT won it 3 years in a row. That was 2, 3, and 4, 2002, 3,
He just
4.
couldn't let go once he'd had it once, you know.
That's right. And well, isn't he suited towards a wave like this, GT?
Oh,
being
he's
the
an
maniac
animal.
that he is?
Apparently, he's the most ferocious competitor known to mankind. He growls and
Absolutely.
spits and
Yeah.
grunts in the tries to get in your head in the lineup.
yeah.
That's all you need.
I love it when it's GT's in the contest. 2005, we didn't have an event. 2006, Ryan Hardy. 2007 and 8, it was BP. Ewan Donachie won it in 2009. Hardy, 2010. Winnie, 2011. Rawlings, 2012. Josh Kay, 2013. And Lester was the winner last year,
He
mate.
was the-
It's been an illustrious lineup of former champions.
And it wasn't last year. Oh, here we go. White's having a little sticky beat.
Once
Oh,
again,
this looks like a
Cramsey.
replay here. Cramsey's just throwing everything at this. Look, it rolls out of that section.
That was that
There you
one
go.
we saw a little earlier on. He is just on fire out there at the moment, Lockie Cramsey. And we'll try and get these scores updated here for you folks, so we can give you a bit of an update. But if you go to the, if you are watching live at apbtour.com/live, you will notice that the live scores are down there on the right hand side if you wanted to check it out. Anyways, so yeah, it's a Cramsey's had a 7.33. Nick Comrade's had a 6.17. They're still the two best scores of the heat.
Yeah, and as we were discussing before, this isn't being run like your usual competition where your best two waves get you through or not get you through to the next heat. What you're trying to do is just get as high a scoring wave as you can to carry that into the next heat.
Yeah.
The combined score of those 2 or 3 waves, the 3 waves, I think
Yeah,
you said,
3 waves.
is what wins you this competition, which is a great format because we've got the swell is ever evolving this week. We've had this massive storm cell that's come down. This has whipped up a massive east swell in Sydney, all the way down the coast. It's on its way to Tasmania as we speak.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, Tassie. Wish you all the best.
Yeah. Getting smashed at the moment.
So every day as this storm passes us by, this swell's evolving. Tomorrow we're going to have a little different swell. We've got the competition again tomorrow. We're hoping for a little bit more south in it, which will be a different wave again to what you're seeing today.
Sure.
Hopefully this south and this east link up and we get perfect island conditions. Text messages are just coming through on your phone.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. Yeah, I should have done that when I started. But anyways, big shout out to, and they're mostly coming from Newcastle because Garth's in the water. They're going, come on, Garth, kind of thing. That's the theme.
Well, I'm sure it'll be Port Macquarie once Damien King's in there. We haven't seen
Absolutely.
Damien. I did ask Damien what board he was bringing today, long one or a short one.
Yeah.
He said he's brought both.
I bet. Yeah, he's been busy up there building an empire brick by brick.
He's doing very well. He said he was in the top 15 in real estate this year, and he's definitely got the gift of the gab. If anyone could sell sand to sand-faring people, it would be Damien King.
Absolutely, you betcha. All right, well, we're inside the final 10 minutes now, folks. Around about 8.5 on the clock. You're watching heat number 2, and it's round number 1 of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, brought to you by the guys at Boca Energy Drink. And also thanks to Times Coconut Water. I'm a big fan of the old coconut water. I love that stuff, but I can normally I can't afford it.
Well, I had a chat with a fella this morning about his product and said, you know, what are the benefits of it? What's the difference with going to the tap and, you know, drinking a glass of water? His major selling point was fish peeing tap water. I don't know how that goes, but he said that in terms of a natural hydration, without the sugar that you get in Gatorade and all those other energy drinks, it will hydrate you with electrolytes and all the good stuff you need for any sort of physical activity, better than any other drink on the market.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, unfortunately, so many chemicals in regular tap water these days, unless you've got a filter on your tap. It's I know up in Newcastle at Hunter Water, there's 53 chemicals in a glass of water.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Why is that?
It's because, you know, well, for Newcastle people, our water comes down from the valley.
Yep.
And it runs down the Hunter River. The Hunter River's got a lot of agriculture.
Yep.
So what happens is you have the runoff with the pesticides and herbicides from all the farms.
And the cow poo.
Yeah, and the cow poo, and the little satellite towns that don't have proper sewage systems.
Right.
So then it all makes its way down to a catchment area called Grahamstown Dam.
Yep.
And what happens is that dam's really shallow, so it gets algae bloom. So,
Okay.
they have to put stuff in there to combat the algae, they have to put stuff to kill the germs, and by the time they get it into the pipes are so old in Newcastle, they have to put lime in there to kill the
Wow.
stuff. Yeah. And then by the time
I'm
you get
moving
your
to
glass-
Newcastle
by
tomorrow.
the time you get your glass of water, it smells
It's
like
brown.
it's in a paint. So I'm not drinking nothing out of the tap.
So how many filters have you got on your tap?
I got the $190 one with a $95 filter every year.
Wow.
Yeah, it works though. So, but it's a great place to live. But mate, you know what? And they actually won Water of the Year about 3 years in a row, not long ago. So you can imagine there's towns, maybe even Sydney water's even just as bad, if not worse. But we'll see here just a little montage of action that's happening at the moment.
You wouldn't see that often. Garth McGregor throwing his board and tucking under something. Look at this.
Here we go. This is back to live action now. And this is green, so Blackie. Is that?
That's white,
That's
I think.
white, sorry. That is Lockie Cramsey. Oh my god.
Just negotiating his wave along that. A fair bit of bounce in that wave. Oh, Garth McGregor duck diving, an absolute bomb. Look at the spit on that.
Yeah, there's so much power here at Shark Island today, folks. Good, solid 6 to 8 footers with the occasional 8 to 10 foot bomb rolling on through. Results from that first heat. Well, if we're just looking at the single highest scores, Benny Player got a 583. That was his best wave. Ben Hall, his best wave. Ben Hall was a 673. Then Ben Williams in the green single, he got a 7.0, a 683 for Luke O'Connor, and a 6.0 for Matt Young. So I guess when you look at that, everyone else was in the sixes. BP only got a 583. So on a one wave, best single wave scenario, that he was actually dominated by Ben Williams in the green.
The local ball. Ben Williams was taken off fairly deep, and the judges did say they're looking for as deep as possible takeoff at Shark Island. Benny did get a couple of bombs, but maybe they felt that he wasn't quite as deep as some of the other waves. Luke Aloysius O'Connor's wave, he busted out a big invert. That was pretty epic. But the local boys showing the local knowledge is maybe what is key for this event.
So many people watching this event. We had Colin McDonald from Wellington in New Zealand, Whitney Fitz from Camperdown, Blake from the Central Coast, David Cavallo, watching from Portugal, Lucas D. Davis from Noosa Heads, looks like Jackson Ford from Whistler. Nice one. Laguna Beach, California, we got JC Asbury and Molly Milk Cheryl Prout. Stacks of other people. Jump on the APB Facebook page, folks, and let us know where you're watching from, and we'll be able to do a little shout out to you.
Yeah. If you look over to your left of your screen here, you're going to see a jet ski pop out with Garth McGregor on it. He's been washed all the way in here. It looks like he lost his board, and he's had to swim pretty much all the way back in ashore, and the ski's just bringing him out now. He's probably due for a bit of a rest. It's a long way to travel. Look at White.
Oh,
Lachlan
wow,
Cramsey.
that was high speed
So
action.
he's dialed it in now. He's got his head around that end section.
Yeah, Lockie Cramsey just fanging through that inside section there. That's some of the fastest riding we've seen here today. And Garth McGregor back onto his board. So what's Garth looking at now? We've got around about, I think it's just inside 2 minutes left on the clock. 3 minutes? Okay, just under 3 minutes remaining, thank you. And, well, Garth McGregor might have time for one more wave. Garth, as we said, well, this is not a World Tour event, but Garth's record of getting a 10-point ride in every World Tour event that he's ever been in his life is on the line here, mate. He's got 3 minutes to find himself a 10-pointer.
Let's hope that ski gets him back out the back.
Well, he's paddling
dusts
out.
himself off.
They can't actually take him right to the takeoff.
Oh, that's a shame.
They can only drop him off at the takeoff.
He'd be out of puff, I imagine. I know I would be. He's been washed all the way in here.
You know what? He's a, he's for a big man, that likes he surfs hard and he plays hard. He has got an incredible endurance. Garth, he surfed Newey at about 10 to 12 foot yesterday, and we were watching him cop like big sets on the head and going, oh, Garth's going to be drowning, and he just come up the other side, no problem. Never a worry for Garth McGregor. He's one of the, as tough as nails, mate, literally. Of course, he's got his own little wave up there just south of Newcastle. We won't talk too much.
No, we won't talk. He'll probably shoot us.
Exactly. I'll tell you a funny story about that. Kelly Slater, this is a true story, I don't know if you heard this one. Kelly Slater heard about that right-hander off an island, south of Newey, and said to Bosco, the photographer, hey Bosco, I'd like to go and surf it. And he goes, Bosco goes, oh man, you better talk to Garth McGregor, like he sort of owns the joint.
The doorman.
Yeah, so Kelly's rung Garth and said, hey Garth, Kelly Slater. And he's gone, yep. And he's gone, heard there's going to be some waves at your favourite spot tomorrow, mate. I'd like to have a little surf with you. And he goes, not interested. Just
perfect.
hung up on him. What a class.
Well, I imagine all it take was one pick from that session and that'd be the end of it.
McGregor can do something like that, folks, couldn't he? I tell you what, the guy's an absolute legend. Well, we're down to the final couple of minutes here, and we'll see if Garth can find himself another wave. This is heat number 2, round number 1. And as I said, you're watching the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And we'll be crowning the champion around about lunchtime tomorrow. We've got 4 hours of competition today and 4 hours of competition tomorrow.
30 seconds to go. We've just been given the nod. How are those scores looking?
Score's still pretty much the same. Lockie Cramsey dominating with a couple of... He's got a 7-3.
Look at this, Red's up. Alex Leon throwing everything at this one. Nice little cutty to set up the end section. Tucks into a nice little pit here. The foam ball's pushing him through. Will he come out?
Ooh, Leo.
Unlucky.
Just got chewed up on that end section, so that looks like it's going to be very close to the last wave.
Look at this, Nick Omrod.
Here we go.
Lining up this. Takes a high line and pops out the doggy door on the end.
My head working. Try and go get up water, Rad. What's those guys, is it?
Hey, Jamie, are we throwing to an ad break?
Yeah, we can. Yep. I'll go and ask them.
All right, well, that was heat number 2 of the day.
It's pretty loose down here, isn't it? Lots of people poking their heads in the
Yeah,
tent.
it's awesome. I mean, it's such a casual contest. This is not a world tour setup, folks. It's a very much a grassroots competition. It's don't expect all the bells and whistles you normally get with
Oh no, if someone wants info, they're not scared to come in and just, you know.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, we're going to just throw to a bit of an ad break here, and we'll be back with more action live from Shark Island right after this.
We're for music fans, those that don't just hit like, but hit share. We're for those that purchase an album because you love a song on it and you're hoping to find more hidden treasures that you won't find by paying 99 cents for the single. We're for those that get out to live gigs for that raw musical experience. That's as much a life experience as an oral one. Those that know that music is a partnership between band and artist. We're OpenLIVE, Australia's new high-res music store.
Shark Island Challenge 2016. I'm just helping Mr. Smith set up his microphone and earplugs. How are you, Wingy?
I'm well, thanks, mate. Yourself?
I'm really good, mate. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
It's been a while. It's good to see the comp back on.
Yeah, it is, mate. The waves are looking good out there still.
And you're not making an appearance?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna
appearance here. Nah, not in the event this year. I'm just gonna have a bit of a rest and help Alex out and yeah, just spectate from up on the cliffs here where it's a little bit safer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not one part of you wants to get in there?
Yeah. When I see the good waves, I think yeah, it'd be good to be out there. But I'll leave it up to these guys this year. And, yeah, let these guys battle it out.
I don't know if you're a betting man, but if you were, who would your money be on?
I'd have to say a local this year. Looking at the draw, maybe Alex Leon. I know Ben Hall got some good waves in Heat 1. But then again, there is a lot of good riders there. Ben Player, his brother, Toby. We've got Damien King.
Damien's coming up in the next heat,
Yeah, I think I saw him just catch a wave before, I think.
having a stretch, loosening up his spine. In the next heat, we heat to 3, we've got Kane Baker, local fella, Sean Peterson, hails from the Central Coast, Winston McCall. Now, is he a Queensland boy, Winston? You'd know better than me. Where's Winston from? Damien King, Port Macquarie, Jack Baker, Bundina. So we've got a few locals in this next heat. No, we don't. Here we go. We've got information tent. No, we've got. That's as good as we have there. Look at this out the back. Blue's having a little look.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, that was sick. Look at that.
Nice barrel roll there.
Damien King showing why he won this competition in
Red.
2001.
Here we go. This is a cracker.
That was insane.
Nice wave.
Red, that was Kane Baker. So I'd expect to see more of that from Kane Baker. He loves the closeout out here. Look at this exchange.
Rider in red out the back.
I think this is orange. Jack Baker, another local lad. Likes to look at this. Oh, have a look. Nice little spin.
Nice
What
wave.
an exchange. I'm looking forward to those scores dropping. I think Damien King's wave was the one that he had. Nice little spin under the lip, roll out of the end section. On a day like this with this Northerner, what are you looking for?
Oh, I'd say mainly just the barrels, but these guys know what they're doing out there. I've seen a lot of good rides so far, so I think the judges would be looking for the size of the wave and the barrels and maneuvers, things like that.
White's having a little look. Foam ball pushes through, goes for a little roll at the end. And then you've been surfing this from the year dot. How much has riding evolved on the island? I know maybe it was more of a barrel riding wave when you were growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
What have you seen the transitions in what people are doing out there over the years?
A lot of the guys that ride it now are doing similar things to what we were doing, but I think they've sort of taken it to another level. That some of the manoeuvres are bigger, and a lot more guys charging it now. Look, when I was younger, there was only a few guys that would sort of take it on, and it's just progressed to where it is today, where there's a lot of guys taking on the big gnarly ones. So it's good to see these guys.
So as a kid, obviously the crowd wasn't as big. On a day like this, would you have surfed it, or would this be a day you'd let it go through to the keeper?
No, I definitely would have surfed it.
Would have
today.
surfed it?
If the island event wasn't on, yeah. There'd be probably half a dozen of us out there going for it. Looks like a lot of spectators out on the shoulder, getting a good view there.
Well, you see the odd kid taking off on a bit of whitewater and claiming it that they've surfed in the island comp. For those of you that have just tuned in, this is the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. It's good to be back. There was a lay year last year. Unfortunately, we didn't get the swell. These are 15-minute heats with 44 minutes left to go in this heat. We're just waiting for the scores to drop from that first exchange. I think the judges have got their work cut out for them. Seems to be a little bit of a lull in between the sets.
You can't really do anything.
What would you think that is?
What's that?
Yeah, well,
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's all for you. Which one?
pretty much like that, you got to wait in between sets, but when they come through, still in that solid 6 to 8 foot range. So
Yep.
just a matter of being patient, I guess.
What would you call the bigger sets that aren't quite hitting the reef? They're breaking a bit further out. Would you say they're a bit bigger than 8 foot?
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah. Looks sort of tapered off a little bit now, but that was a nice wave ridden there, and that guy looked like he's just riding the reef, the rapids there. But he's up, he's okay, that's the main thing. He had a good go at that one, but there just wasn't enough water on the reef there to get him out into the channel.
What are we looking at high tide? When's high tide today?
I believe it's 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, Australian time.
Which is a little bit less than an hour from now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is it 10 o'clock yet?
Well, it's 9:47, so 45 minutes we've got high tide. What would you expect to see? A little bit more water on that end section?
Oh, well, I hope so, for the riders' sake, yeah, because there's more water there, the waves tend to be more makeable, so hopefully a little bit more tide, and you know, those guys will have more chance of making it out of those barrels that they're not coming out of, but that's what you have to deal with, I guess.
We've just got a little bit of a lull going on at the moment, waiting for these sets to come in. We had a good exchange at the start. The scores still haven't dropped. I might have to hit refresh on the computer. Looks like we might have a little bit of an internet connection failure here. Yeah, I currently can't see what's going on
There's a nice one
on the
replay
page. Have a
there.
look at that thing. Look at
Rider in red.
the size of the lip.
And as you can see, look at the power and just look how heavy those waves are out there on the shallow reef. So if they're all okay, here's another nice one. No takers on that one. So there are some really good waves to be had out there. Just a matter of being patient and waiting for the right ones for these riders.
What would you be looking for if you were competing today?
I'd be looking for a nice big clean A-frame peak, pull in, take off, barrel come out. And I'd be just trying to make it because it is a very dangerous wave, so you don't want to be taking off ones that you're not going to make, you know? Good to see the water patrol out there, water safety there, keeping an eye on the guys out on the break there.
We've been blessed with the weather. I don't know if you, how far and wide you're tuning in from, but we've had an animal storm here for the last, 4 or 5 days?
Yeah,
all the way.
Sydney, Australia's been copping a beating with the weather, a lot of rain and a lot of wind, but yesterday and today it's kind of cleaned up and the sun's come out, rain stopped, and boys out at Kernell yesterday got some great waves for their event at the Cape Fear event, and watched a bit of that online, and it was great to see the water safety doing a good job, all those guys staying safe even though they were charging hard. I think it might still be on there again today out at Kernell, round 2 for them, so it's good. It's waves at Shark Island, out at Kernell. I think the whole east coast of Australia's been getting a lot of good waves.
Yeah, I think everywhere's lining up this weekend. I think Wollongong, I've seen a lot of footage coming from Wollongong.
Yeah.
Wollongong seems to have been pumping. I'm sure everyone's getting their fill.
Yeah, definitely. Plenty of waves around, and looks like, again, tomorrow there'll be waves here at Cronulla and Sydney.
Looks like Jack Baker's having a crack.
Nice wave.
Looks like something's coming in the back after this one.
There's another one cracking on the reef. You can actually hear the waves cracking and detonating on the shallow reef there. Nice ride by Orange. That last one.
Still trying to get our internet up and going so I can tell you what these scores are.
I'm sure when Terry gets back, he'll get the score update.
So we got the score updates from the last heat, heat number 2. Looks like Lachlan Cramsey's top scoring wave was a 7.3. And his second wave was a 6.3. So he's up in those high 6s.
Oh, round 1, heat 2. Is this it, is it?
Yep, this was last heat. Nick Omrod's top scoring wave was a 617. Number 2 was a 5.5. Alex Leon was a 6.4 and a 5. Garth McGregor, a 4.97 and a 4.5, and Josh Carhey, a 2.83 and a 2.93. So it looks like the score to aim for is your high sixes.
Oh, well, you'd be going for 10s, wouldn't you?
You'd be going for 10s, but I think if you want some runs on the board, look at this.
Nice ride by Blue there.
Perfect ride by Blue.
Three rider in Blue.
Damien King dominating.
Ex-world champion from Port Macquarie. Nice way for him. Green just kicks out the back there.
See the water just drain off the reef then and go dry. Green's in a world of pain right now. I think he's going to try and duck dive and get out the back. I think he'll turn around and just ride it over the reef. So these bigger waves here that aren't really holding up in the middle,
Look at this one.
that's just a monster.
Yeah, Orange did well to get under that one. That's at least 10 feet that way.
It's got to
That's
be.
big gnarly.
If Island's not holding it, it's got to be greater than 8. We've got a few heats to get through today. Let's check out the replay of Orange's ride. Who's this? This is Baker, Jack Baker from Bundina, local kid.
Plenty of good waves to be had out there today.
He picks a nice high line.
Some nice waves.
Yeah, there's been plenty of exchanges, very contestable.
Yeah.
It's good to see this event held in great conditions. Last year wasn't held. We didn't get the swell. There was a couple of fun days, but there wasn't an epic swell like this.
Yeah. Have you been out lately?
No, I've been busy working,
Oh, yeah.
making money.
As we do. Yeah, these guys are up for a bit of prize money today, so round 1 today, round 2 tomorrow, and then the final tomorrow. So Alex, our contest director, he'll be jumping online a bit later and filling you guys in on how the contest format's going to finish up today and tomorrow. So we'll wait for him to come in from his heat.
He'd be on his way in now. I think we've got 5 heats to get through today. 5. Yeah, 5-man heats to get through today. 50-minute heats.
Yeah.
Right now out in the water we've got Kane Baker, Sean Peterson, Winston McCall, Damien King and Jack Baker.
That was a nice inside one there.
Going through a little bit of a lull. Tell me, as someone who's competed in the Shark Island Challenge, what's going through your head right now? You know, you're out the back, you know it's pumping.
Yeah. Well, I'd be thinking, hopefully we can get a nice set in and get a couple of high scoring waves. And I'd be thinking, I don't want to wipe out on the reef, I just want to get a nice big wave, get a big tube and try not to wipe out and hit that reef because it's very sharp out there and it's very dangerous. So you'd be thinking big waves. Oh, as we look at the replay here, green exit strategy. I don't know if the best exit strategy is to chuck your board right there. What are your thoughts on that? Like I was saying, you don't want to be wiping
Look
out.
at this,
So that guy
over
did
the
well.
falls.
He did well to sort of duck out of trouble because he's in a dangerous section there. They're not the ones you want to get. You want to get ones that are more perfect and makeable. So that's what I'd be looking for if I was out there.
How do you know? How do you know what it's going to do?
It's wave knowledge, I guess. You just learn from experience and you learn to pick the good ones that don't close out. And yeah, that's half the battle, just trying to get the best waves.
So
As
you-
the judges know, they're looking for the biggest and best clean waves and best manoeuvres, things like that. So
Well, you got someone like Matty Young. I overheard him having a chat this morning. He hadn't surfed Shark Island since he was 15.
oh, okay.
Paddled out today in,
Yeah.
you know, pumping swell. What would your advice have been to him?
Yeah, just good luck. I hope you get a few good waves to go towards your tally to make the final on the final day. And yeah, try not to get injured on those big heavy waves, because it's pretty dangerous out there.
If you want axle shit. Oh, okay, cool.
Well, for those of you who've just tuned in, this is Heat 3, the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge 2016. Currently in red, you got Kane Baker. White is Sean Peterson. Green is Winston McCall.
White's up and riding.
Blue is Damien King. Here's Sean Peterson having a dig.
Nice wave.
Unfortunately, it doesn't pop out the end.
Too many steps in that one, he couldn't quite come out of it.
Well, I haven't seen a wave of his yet. I think he's been out the back kind of contemplating, you know,
Waiting
what he's
for
looking
those
for.
Perfect ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot. I've noticed a lot of the younger guys like Lachlan Cramsey, who I'm not sure how many times he's surfed the island. He was just throwing himself in everything and anything and worked it out as he went.
Yeah.
I think towards the end of his heat, he picked off a couple of really nice waves. Took that high line coming in over surge to navigate around that step section.
Yeah, I actually, when I was on a break, I actually saw Garth from Newcastle, one of our friends, Garth McGregor, competed in Tahiti in Hawaii. He got some really good waves. I'm sure Terry will update you with the scores when they come through, but yeah, that was a good heat with some good waves.
But out there at the moment, we've got in blue Damien King, who is, as you said, he's a past world champion.
Yep.
He won the 2001 Shark Island Challenge, which I think has gone down in history as one of the greatest bodyboarding events known to mankind.
Yep.
I think he's, for my money, dominating this heat so far. He's nice spin in the pit and a roll out of the end section on his first wave. Jack Baker's in orange is another person to look for. He looked like he had a nice little opening exchange with a spin in the pit. He's made a couple of nice barrels.
See the replay here.
Here's
White.
Sean Peterson.
You just watch this wave bottom out with all the ledges because of the depth of the water is so shallow out there. And just notice he won't be able to exit the barrel on that one, unfortunately for him. And the rider caught inside on the reef. Not a real nice spot to be caught there as he throws his board.
I can't tell if that's orange or red. It's one of the Bakers. Here's blue. So again, I don't know if that's the best strategy to take when you're right deep inside there at White Rock. Ditch
Yeah.
your board and
Yeah, well today the swell's got a lot of north in it, so if it had more south, they tend to push out onto the channel, so wave selection's a pretty big thing today. You don't want to get the north closed out ones, you want to get the ones that you can ride all the way out to the channel.
right.
I'm sure that you'll see the good guys getting those waves.
I'm just going to duck off for a second. I'm going to see if I can get some scores for this heat.
If you see Alex or Ezra,
Well, I've just tried to chase up the internet here so I can read you some scores, but unfortunately I can't find anyone that can give me a hand.
Nice wave. Barrel roll.
Blues up. Damien King. Nice and deep.
Couple of nice waves there by those two guys.
Well, Damien King, he knows how to ride this wave, doesn't he? He
sure does.
picked that high line there to get away from that step in the bottom of where Surge is all nice and funky.
Yeah.
Used that foam ball to push him up and out of it on the end.
Yeah, he's going quite well in this heat.
So he's been a bit quiet lately. He went and got himself a real job. I believe he's been working in real estate up there in Port Mac.
Yeah, actually we did the premiere for Holding On up there a few months ago, and Kingy put on a barbecue for us and caught up with all his mates, and after the movie we went and had a few beers and stuff, so really good. It was really good catching up with Kingy. I hadn't seen him in years, and yeah.
He's one of those real characters in the sport, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah. Top bloke, and it's good to see him out here getting some good scores, I would imagine. I'm sure when Terry gets back, he'll have all that information for you. Looking forward to seeing Heat 4 actually after this one. These sets keep rolling through. Just a little bit of a wait, isn't it, between sets?
Yeah, there's a bit of a lull in between sets, which is to look at this replay.
Is that Kingy? It's like Damien King, the world champion, ex-Shark Island champion. Blue. Yeah, that's Kingy. Paul Macquarie. Knows how to ride the tube.
Him navigating that foam ball. See him lift his rail up just to cop a little bit of that foam ball push against his board, help him rise up a little bit higher on that wave and ride the foam ball out over the top of that little shocky, steppy section at the end of it.
Yeah.
Would
you don't want to come unstuck there and miss out on a completed ride. Judges won't like that.
Would you say surge is the most critical part of the wave out here?
Not necessarily. If it peaks up a bit further over, the whole section of the reef's all pretty intense, you know. But depends on the wave, I guess. Which wave you pick.
Well, in this heat you got Kane Baker in red, you got white Sean Peterson, greens Winston McCall, blues Damien King, and orange Jack Baker. A few of the local lads throwing everything they have at it. Looks like we've got a couple of lumps here. And Damien's having another look.
Go Kingy. Bit unfortunate not to come out of that one. He was a bit too deep. Oh no, he did come out. Look at that. Pops out the end. Penny. Nice long barrel for him and green under the curtain. Couple of nice rides there. Kenny popped out the end. I thought he got eaten up further down the reef, but he used all that speed to just pop out the end. That'll be a good score from the judges, I reckon.
Is there something to be said for that? You take off in the middle, around White Rock for surge.
Yeah.
You got a harder scoop. If you got a bit of south in this and you take off deeper,
Yeah.
you get a little.
Commentate off that, or
Yeah.
you have to commentate
A
off
bit of a delay, is it?
No, it's just you'll,
Oh, okay, yeah.
you'll see what's happening.
Yeah.
That's coming from there. Whatever we're shooting out, you'll be talking to that. That makes sense. So it gives you something to talk about. So you,
We're getting a little bit more information. This is an evolving process, putting televisions and viewing screens up as we go.
We got the boss telling us to watch the monitor here, but it's hard to just.
The sun's shining straight into it.
The live stuff, but yep. Sounds like there may be some waves approaching. I can't see them, but on the monitor you can see them out the back coming through. Looks like a nice wave approaching. Who's going to want this one? Actually, it looks a lot bigger in real life than it does in the monitor, but somebody's up on this one. That's a decent 6 to 8 footer there.
Just getting a little bit lost in that foam ball.
He's going to get caught inside. If this next one breaks on him, he's in a bit of trouble there because it's really shallow. No, it looks like he just got under it, I think. He's all right. And no takers on that one.
so basically, just when it's happening, you can sort of have a look and talk.
Yeah.
Live, but then after, go to the replay, you can watch it.
The difficult thing we're having at the moment is the sun's shining straight into our monitor. So when someone takes off in a wave, we can't actually see what colour their jersey is. So we're having a look behind us at the ocean to see who's doing what. So we're trying to commentate as we see it, which may be a little bit out of sync with the feed that you guys are getting. Looks like as that tide pushes in, it's getting a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I think you're right. It looks like it may have dropped off a little bit from this morning. Still plenty of good waves when the sets do come through. But I think we've still got about an hour competition left. We just haven't got the internet up here to tell us how long is left.
We can't see up there. So we're trying to sort out our little TV screen issues now. Hopefully we're going to get some scores soon, get this internet back up again on the computer. If you just hang 5 with us, we'll get all this sorted out for you.
Damon, cut their audio, can you? Just cut their audio.
We're for music fans, those that don't just hit like, but hit share. We're for those that purchase an album because you love a song on it and you're hoping to find more hidden treasures that you won't find by paying 99 cents for the single. We're for those that get out to live gigs for that raw musical experience. That's as much a life experience as an oral one. Those that know that music is a partnership between fan and artist. We're OpenLIVE, Australia's new high-res music store.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Well, we're back with the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Sorry, we had some technical issues. We had to swing the monitoring screen around and get it out of the sun. The sun was shining straight into it and we could not see a thing. We were having to turn around to watch this live action behind us and talk as we see it.
Good waves in this heat. We get back into heat 3. You see White up and riding on the replay.
Yeah, this is Sean Peterson having a crack.
Great angle, that camera angle from the boat out there. Guys getting some big deep tubes. We've got the Alex Leon here who was competing in the last heat. How'd you go, mate? You get a few good waves? Yeah, he went alright. You got a few.
Shout out to Andrew Tunbridge who's just texted me through some scores. Our computer's down, so I've got no live updates of scores, but I'll read it as it was with 26 minutes to go. Damien King, top scoring wave was a 13.84. Jack Baker's got a 13.5. Sean Peterson's got a 7.74. Kane Baker's got a 7.26, and Winston McCall's got a 5.74. Since then, there has been exchanges. I think Jack Baker just pulled in or bomb, judging by what the crowd was saying just outside the tent. They sounded pretty pumped.
We have about 9 minutes left in this heat. We haven't got the time in front of us, but I think there's roughly 8 minutes left. And to me, it looks like the rider in blue, Damien King, catching some of the best waves I've seen in this heat. But Sean Peterson in white, doing all right.
Yeah, well, Damien King, I agree with you. He came out guns a blazing. That first heat exchange, that first wave exchange, that he's spin in the barrel to the roll out in that end section.
Yep.
Was the Damien King of old. We saw a bit of that in 2001. That's what won him the competition in 2001. It makes sense that he'd be. Makes sense that he'd be pulling that out of his little bag of tricks.
We see some big sets on the horizon coming through. Today at Shark Island here in the 6 to 8 foot range. Here we go, we've got a rider up and riding on this wave. This looks like a red.
This is Jack Baker, local boy, taking off on a nice little peak from middle.
Here's the angle from the water.
Nice little cutty to wash off a bit of speed. Tucks under a little lip there.
Another nice wave here. Orange.
Orange.
Gets eat like that one. Whoa.
Wow.
Water
Look
angle.
at that.
It's awesome footage.
wave-
You can just see how much power those waves have got, and the rider just getting flipped over there.
That's the hand of God. That was Jack Baker, hand of God, launching him onto the reef.
Yeah, heavy waves and great footage. It's good to be sitting here watching it from all the angles.
He looks like he might be in a little bit of trouble. I saw him put his hand up for some help.
Yeah, it looks like he's just been washed off the back of the reef there.
He's calling for the jet ski. Jack Baker sitting in the middle there.
We've got our water safety guys heading in to check on him. See, giving him the thumbs up. Let's hope he's all right.
And the camera's zooming in on him.
That's good.
He's not getting back on his board.
Real good, Steve.
He's lost a fin. Sucking in a few breaths there. Asking for a time check.
Local lifeguards just checking on him. Moving in with the ski, so he's probably, I'd say, hit the reef a bit, but he doesn't look too rattled. Boys will look after him.
Alright, off you now, Steve. Have some sets coming.
Well, the sun's come out here at Cronulla and the waves are nice and clean. Great conditions really, offshore winds and sunny weather. Decent 4 to 6 foot, maybe occasional 8 foot waves still rolling through on the set.
I just got another score update from Mr. Andrew Tunbridge. Cheers, brother. Jack Baker has got a 9.5 and a 7 to give him a combined score of 20.33. Damien King. Here we go. This is Jack Baker's wave now. Look at the amount of water that's pushing onto that shallow reef. Look at it just step up in front of him.
Great footage.
Draws him back up and into the top of the lip and just launches him over the foam ball. But it's going to be pretty dry where he's landing.
Oh no, yeah, very dangerous wave. That's why the guys with the jet ski checking on him after that wave, and good to see him up on the safety sled behind the jet ski there. It's a pretty nasty wipe out that one.
Sean Peterson's got a 7.4 and a 6.57. Winston McCall's got a 6.33 and a 2.83. Kane Baker's got a 5.33 and a 3.66. It's a pretty high scoring heat this heat. The first couple of heats we're looking at high sixes and a couple of sevens. We've got a mid 7 from Sean Peterson. We've got a 9.5 from Jack Baker, so he's got the highest scoring wave in the competition so far. That puts him in good stead for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Damien King, he came out guns a-blazing, showing a bit of knowledge from the years of surfing this wave.
True that.
And there is still plenty of swell left. No. I'm going off text messages here to give you score updates. As I said, our computer's down, making it very difficult to let you know what's going on live.
Here we go. We've got 4 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in this heat. So these guys will be looking for a wave the next 4 minutes before the end of this heat to try and get their wave tally up to make the finals on day 2 of competition here at Shark Island.
Here's Jack Baker again, tucking a nice little barrel in. Well, there's still plenty of competition left as we come to the end of heat 3. There's 2 more heats to go. That's another 2 rounds of 50 minutes.
So, in 4 minutes, we will have heat number 4. We've got from Cronulla, Sean Pine. From New South Wales, Jace Finlay. And from Cronulla, Nathan Purcell. Queensland, Mitch Rawlings. And New South Wales, Toby Player. Heat 4 due to commence in about 4 minutes. 3 minutes, actually.
That's another stacked heat full of legends. Sean Pine, a local hero. He'll go anything.
Just looking out to the lineup, looks like some really nice waves approaching here. These guys will be trying to get one of these waves before the end of the hooter. Nice little cylinders.
Kane Baker,
The next one.
local kiddo having a dig. That's Winston McCall. Unfortunately not finding himself a little cave to pull into. So coming up the next heat we've got Sean Pine, Jace Finlay from the South Coast, Nathan Purcell, Mitch Rawlins and Toby Player.
Rider in white, up and riding. Finds the end section and big air roll spin there. That was pretty spectacular. Should we check out the replay? Nice manoeuvre there from the rider in white.
That's a pretty hectic place to be busting manoeuvres like that.
Local boy. Peterson.
Whatever. Oh, Wingo's stepping out. He's looking for a little bit of a rest. Big Tez is coming back. Hopefully we can get his computer up and running again with some...
Did it run out of power, did it?
It ran out of power, ran out of internet, then it ran out of juice.
Hello, it's before lunchtime and it's an Apple product.
I said, I've had enough. Tap out.
You got to expect that. It's one of my phones actually still working. Anything with an Apple simulator usually runs out of power before lunchtime. Don't know what's going on with that. But anyway, hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 1 of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge for 2016. Thank you very much to Boca Energy Drinks. Those guys fueling everyone up here today. And Well, talking about fueled up, just had a bit of a talk to Newcastle's Garth McGregor, who was out the back. He said, mate, some of those ones were so heavy, that one where he got like scraped across the rock. He's got a couple of little scars to prove it.
A couple of little battle scars, losing a bit of bark.
He did lose a bit of bark, but nothing's going to hurt that man, Garth McGregor, as we see Blue up and riding at the moment. This looks like Kingy, who's been a winner here over the years, mate. He's been a pretty prolific character at the island over the years.
He has, and he's having another big day. Look, there's his signature move, spin in the pit. I think that may have been his second spin attempt for that wave. He definitely came out guns a-blazing. It looks like we've got some lumps coming in out the back. And that's the end of that heat. So we'll just wait for some more scores to drop and we can give you an update on the proceedings of the Shark Island Challenge 2016.
All right, well, we're going to that was the end of heat number 3. We've got 2 more heats remaining here, folks, at the Shire. We're coming to you live from Cronulla. We're going to be back with more action right after this break.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium, so you become part of the.
Yes, I can.
Give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, Tim. Nice work. You're not crossing for this anyway, are you? Oh, you are, okay. Sorry, what's his name? Are they going to... All right, well, welcome back, folks. It is day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, and we have action aplenty out the front here as we get into heat number 4 of the day. Don't forget to jump on the APB Facebook page and send us through a couple of Cheerios. Let us know who you think is going to win this thing. It is a kind of a different format, isn't it, this year? It's got the 2 rounds. It's a leaderboard format, and then after the 2 rounds completed, of course, we will dig up the best 3 waves for every rider. And at that point, what we'll do is then we'll work out the top 5, and we will go into the final with the top 5 guys. And Dale. All right, so we're just on hold here at the moment as we welcome the boys along from OpenLIVE. You guys are going to have to share this microphone. It's only a very small microphone. And welcome along to Matt and Dale from OpenLIVE. Howdy, guys.
Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, yeah.
What a spectacle Shark Island is. It's really firing up today.
Yeah, I mean, great conditions. I don't think we couldn't have asked for better conditions, really. I mean, you know, everyone's having a good time out there in the water, and you know, it's been great.
Yeah, you betcha. Mate, first and foremost, thank you very much for your major sponsorship of the event and for aligning yourself with a radical sport like bodyboarding. But speaking of radical, you guys have got some pretty crazy stuff happening over there at OpenLIVE.
Yeah, we do. I mean, between July and December this year, there's going to be some really exciting stuff happening for us. And you know, Dale can probably.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extreme sport, and one thing for us is trying to bring that really excitement into the music field. So, live music, I think there's a strong correlation with the sporting world and some of the great clips we've seen, the backing music. So we're hoping to bring a whole lot of cool music to the market to get fans really excited about it. And there's lots of cool things happening in our space as well. So.
Yeah, and I mean the connection between surfing and bodyboarding culture, skateboarding culture, and music is quite strong. I mean, Winston McCall. I mean, look at him for example.
Sure.
And there's a lot of examples of of musicians who are bodyboarders, and like that for us, it was the demographic we just wanted to get into, and like you can see today, it's a success. Everyone's frothing, and
Yeah, huge.
it's great. Yeah.
We've got a huge crowd out here
Yeah.
on the point, and talking with Mark and Dale, two of our major sponsors from of course Live Now. And I love the concept of being able to bring a live concert into someone's bedroom. So I mean, gone are the days where you have to buy an expensive ticket and you're stuck up the back and you can't hear too much. You guys are going to be streaming live music into people's lounge rooms.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the big things with festivals and live gigs is, I mean, they often sell out in minutes, so there's so many people that miss out. So just like you said, we want to bring live music into the homes of millions of people. So yeah, it's exciting for us.
Yeah, very good stuff. And I guess, high definition audio is going to change the game as much as what high definition vision did for television.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, people look at high definition TV and it's like they just won't go back. And, there's been a lot of sort of degradation of music over the years when you go back from vinyl and CD down to low res, but internet bandwidth is pretty readily available. So, yeah, we want to bring quality music back into the homes of everyone.
So also downloading as well as streaming live stuff, right?
Yeah, so
Correct.
we've got our high-res download store, and recently we did our first public launch of a live audio stream, and we'll be looking to bring that into more homes in the future.
All right, well, we're going to keep you guys in the booth here just for a moment, fellas, while we pick your brains about the major sponsors. But for now, we've got some incredible waves coming through. This is heat number 4 of the day, by the way, and we have, once again, a very good lineup of competitors in the water. Sean Fine from Cronulla in the red singlet, Jason Finlay, Absolute Charger is in the white, Nathan Purcell, one of the original Skid Kids, is out there in the green, Mitch Rawlins, true champion, in the blue, and Toby Player in the orange. This is like a full-on stellar lineup, this one.
It's an all-star cast, isn't it? It's an amazing lineup. You got the locals, you got the originals, and you've got Mitch in there as well, who's just an absolute charger. It's fantastic.
All right, well, it is day number 1 of the competition. Of course, this contest will be split over the next 2 days. What an incredible swell event that we've had here, fellas. We've been on hold for a while, waiting for a day like today, but the last 24 hours on the east coast of New South Wales has just been incredible.
Oh, it's been outstanding. I mean, just in terms of the swell that was here yesterday and today, today's much cleaner and much more user friendly, I suppose, than yesterday was. And as a major sponsor, we couldn't have asked for better conditions. So thank you, Huey.
Yes, absolutely, and thanks to you guys as well. It's awesome. And we also have plenty of other supporting sponsors as well, including the guys from Boca Energy Drink. Thanks to In-Flight Media. They're supplying some of the drones and stuff that you may have seen used here today. Big shout out to Nutrition Station. They've got all the healthy stuff there in the mall, and to Tynes Coconut Water and Emerald Bodyboard Store. All those companies coming on board. What is going to be a big day of competition here, folks. So thanks again to Matt and Dale from OpenLIVE. Really appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
We'll get you guys back in throughout the day, and we'll have more of a chat about your incredible business. But it looks like it's going gangbusters, and good luck with the whole thing.
Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
Much appreciate it.
Yeah, good stuff. So openlive.co is where you want to surf your way to, folks, on the internet. And speaking of surfing, we have some incredible, and bodyboarding, we have some incredible waves coming through here. Of course, the surfers are over there at Cape Fear at the moment as well. So it's just action aplenty here in the Shire today, as we see somebody just getting a little axed on takeoff. You guys, what about you guys? Are you guys enthusiasts? You do a bit of surfing or bodyboarding?
I'm a bit of a bodyboarder. Dale's more of a wakeboarder, but
Yeah.
I do. I'm a keen bodyboarder. Yeah.
Have you seen, Dale, there's some footage of that guy riding those big waves on the wakeboard. He takes off on a Malibu, and then he nosedives the Mal and continues on in his wakeboard. Have you seen that stuff?
No, I haven't
It's
actually.
crazy. I saw the footage on Facebook the other day. It's really wild.
I've seen some guys hydrofoil surfing,
Sure.
which is there's a hydrofoil thing sort of behind the boat. And I've seen that hydrofoil surfing and hydrofoil kite surfing as well, which is pretty
Sure.
cool. But
Yeah,
I'll have to check that one out.
There's some crazy stuff out there in the action water sports market, that's
Absolutely.
for sure. But it doesn't get much crazier than this one, folks. Day number 1 of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Hope you're enjoying the action. Jump onto the APB Facebook page and send us a cheerio, and we'll do our best to interact with our online audience here today as we go back to a little bit of live action in the lineup. Good solid 6 to 7 feet of swell coming through here today. We've seen some really good performances in some of those previous heats. Ben Hall and also Ben Williams in heat number 1. Alex Leon actually was on fire along with Garth McGregor and Nick Omerod in the second one. And in the orange singlet, Jack Baxter got an absolute smoker in heat number 3, but right now we're up to heat number 4. And as we said, Sean Pine is a local rider. He's taking on Jason Finlay in the white, Nathan Purcell in the green, Mitch Rawlings in the blue, and Toby Player is in the orange. So this is sanctioned by the Association of Professional Bodyboarding. It is a specialty event on the World Tour, which means it doesn't have any points up for grabs towards the World Championship, but the APB of course released their contracted athletes to surf in this event. And we had a go, I think it was 2008, we tried to put this event onto the World Tour, but it's kind of like trying to put a square peg into a round hole. It's got such a big waiting period. It's very hard for World Tour competitors to come and wait for that amount of time. As we see in the green singlet, that is Michael Novi, and Novi just setting it up, and that side angle, fellas, from the boat is just spectacular, isn't it?
Sensational. It's a sensational.
Yeah, it gives you a much better feeling for what the guys are experiencing out there than the front-on angle, for sure.
And I think I would rather be here in the comfort of the commentary bit just quietly. That looks like such a heavy experience, doesn't it?
It's definitely sucking up today. That's for sure.
All right, so we'll wait and see what happens here. Jace Finlay, for those people following Jace, is wearing the white singlet. Sean Pine is in the red. Nathan Nugget Purcell is in the green. Here comes a bit of a replay here. This is, of course, in the white singlet. That looks like Jason Finlay. And wow, that super slow-mo footage is just spectacular. And look at how shallow it is in the foreground there, fellas, with those rocks just bubbling and gurgling away.
That's such a good frame. The way they've done that, it's just sensational.
And you can see on the foam ball there, and probably getting a little bit too deep in the end, and unfortunately paying the price by coming unglued. The swell at the moment, of course, Shark Island really needs a straight easterly swell. We're just dealing with a massive east coast low that came all the way from Queensland right the way down the coastline. It's already in Tasmania. So normally the big swells come up the coast from Tassie north, but this one went against the grain. It only happens every couple of years, but those they're usually quite spectacular, and there's been quite a bit of damage, including the Zimzala down here, the cafe in the corner at Cronulla.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, the waves are literally crashing across the roof on Sunday. Yeah.
So they're all down there now, and they've got the dryers out trying to get it back into action. But I guess that's what happens when you got beachfront property, right?
That's it.
Absolutely.
We had to walk an extra 100 metres for a coffee this morning.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. So
it's the best of times and the worst of times.
Yeah. So, but incredible action on the east coast of Australia over the last 48 hours, that's for sure, and we're going to have plenty of waves left for tomorrow. Of course, we're only surfing one round here today, as we see. Looks like Sean O'Pine in the red singlet. No, that is orange, my apologies. That is Toby Player. And, well, that is just the spirit of Toby Player, just remains at the end of that one. All right, so coming up in the final heat of the day, Christian Gassini, of course, Russo will take on Sam Strachan, Michael Novi, Reece Fowler, and George Humphreys. So that'll be heat number 5, and then we'll be pulling up stumps. Of course, any other really exciting stuff while there's a break in the action? Any other exciting stuff happening in the OpenLIVE world, fellas?
Yeah, well, I guess for artists, so we're just about to launch our new platform, which will make it a lot easier for them to get recording their own shows. So at the moment, it's a sort of 3 or 4 step process. So we'll cut that down to a few less minutes for them to schedule their shows. And look, it's really just about getting more live music into the homes of fans, and people that go to the gig, they've got a memorabilia of that gig, and they don't have to get home the next day and try and remember what tracks they listen to. That they can access that soon after the gig. So, and great for artists. I mean, they've got a much bigger fan base than the people that attend the gig. So sure. Again, it's about bringing more music to more people, and live music is great, particularly for these sorts of events. I mean, there's some great great live music out there that just doesn't get heard, and
Yeah.
great for these sorts of clips. So yeah, hopefully we can bring some more music that'll be great for this in coming years.
Absolutely. Look, the concept with live music, even if you know your favourite artist, you can just go and buy their CDs, that's one thing, right? But when they play those songs live and they switch them up a little bit because they've been playing them all the time, and quite often they'll do a slightly different version when they play it live. So that's the extra experience you're getting as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like catching a wave. I mean, every wave you catch is going to be different. I mean, with a lot of performers, every time they perform it, they mix it up, and that's like if you've gone to a gig and it could be your 40th birthday, it could be your 18th birthday, and you've gone to that gig, special gig for you, and here we go, we got Blue up.
All right, well, that is the bloke in the blue singlet, Mitch Rawlins. And, of course, Mitch Rawlins, probably one of the best bodyboarders that never won a world title.
I'd say so.
Him and Ryan Hardy, and probably Winnie, three really good Australian bodyboarders who have always been at the forefront of the sport for the last 10 years. And I really thought that Mitch would have been a world champion, a multiple world champion, but just for whatever reason, along the lines, he just was unlucky to just fall short a couple of times. But that is an awesome replay right there, isn't it, Matt and Dale, of Mitch Rawlins in the eye of the beast.
Incredible. And he's such, I mean, you talk to the guys, he's such a guy that everyone, all of the guys respect each other, but the other riders have a particularly high regard for him, I think.
Absolutely, and you know what, it's very much, I guess that's reflective for all bodyboarders. A little airdrop at the end there. That is a super cool and super slow-mo, isn't it? We've got the Phantom cam out there at the moment capturing all the action, and the frames per second on that thing are just ludicrous. But bodyboarders in general are pretty humble people, and I guess one of the things that makes them that way is that there's never been a whole lot of money in bodyboarding. So what you do is you get people that do it for the right reasons. It's great to have sports flushed with cash.
Yeah.
But with that comes a bit of a dark side because money is the root of all evil. Even though we need it.
It can be.
It can be, of course. Yeah. So I think in a sense that the fact that these guys ride these crazy waves, they're not doing it for fame or glory or for big paychecks. They're doing it because they love it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's a really nice side of the sport of bodyboarding is the fact that these guys are all very grounded. There's not a lot of big egos. When we put the contest up here today, we got former world champions carrying tents and stuff.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't see that in too many sports.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's pretty, considering the level of riders, it really feels like a grassroots local comp, and I think that's what's special about it. That there's a lot of camaraderie around there, and the riders aren't separate from the fans; they're involved, and that's great.
Yeah. No, they've had some great role models. As we go back to a bit of action out the front here, and it looks like, is that white?
Yeah.
Hard to get a handle on the colour. Yeah, that is Jason Finlay setting it up for something. Whoa! Big spin off the lip, and have a look at this one from the side angle.
Incredible.
Little air forward off the end. He only got a little bit of air, but right behind him it looks like we've got some more thick beasts coming through. And with that north in the swell today, fellas, Shark Island is more deadly than it normally is, which is normally a death-defying wave. Today, it is just terrifying. Well, coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Russo will take on Sammy Strake and Michael Novy. I think Reece Fowler jumped in there and George Humphreys, so stick around, folks. Day number one of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge is in full swing here in the Shire, in the lovely suburb of Cronulla, south of Sydney, around about half an hour away from the centre of Sydney. And there's not too many places in the world, fellas, where you get like a big city like Sydney, and then just on the outskirts of the city you got a crazy wave like this one.
Yeah.
No, not at all. I mean, I live locally, and it's the whole strip along here from Kurnell down to Port Hacking. It's just we really are lucky. I mean, we really are lucky to have that available to us in this city.
Yeah, the funny thing about the island, about Cronulla in general, if you go from Kurnell, like in Kurnell Point, then you go through past Owls and Voodoo and all the Boat Harbour reefs, Green Hills, all the beach roads through to the Point, and the alley, and out here to Shark Island, Sand Shoes, and there's about 30 or 40 waves in a small little suburb. That's an incredible sort of piece of coastline, isn't it, really? It's such a beautiful part of the world, and you can drive your four-wheel drive on the beach here in the middle of a metropolitan city. It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty good like that. I mean, it's outdoors heaven, not this surfing heaven or bodyboarding heaven. It's just outdoors heaven.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. All right, well, that is the replay here as we see the rider in the white singlet, Jace Finlay. That's where he just punched it up, and look at that spin on the lip. That is just beautifully executed there from Finlay. And Jason, of course, has a big reputation as an incredible big wave rider as well.
He does.
All right, so been a bit quiet out there at the moment for the guy in green, Nathan Purcell, who, well, Nugget was at the forefront of this concept way back in the day, one of the original skid kids who, decided to turn his back on the regular competition scene back in the day when they started this thing, like in the early 90s. The National Bodyboarding Tour was being surfed in little 1 foot waves around at Manly or something, and the boys from Cronulla went, you know what, screw this. There's something better in our backyard, and they decided to put on the Shark Island Challenge, and the rest is history. It's pretty cool. It was kind of like bucking the system at the time.
It was. I mean, I've seen Holding On, and back in February at the premiere, and it's just, it really outlined just, they were mavericks, and now what was maverick back then has become the norm, and it's become the peak elite aspect of this sport.
Yeah, that's right. And since then, and it really set the path for bodyboarders to discover waves, heavy waves like this line. Most of the heavy waves that are all renowned big wave spots now were first discovered by bodyboarders who kept it on the down low, and then then the rich surfer guys like zoomed in with their jet skis and cameras, and the rest became and documented it. But behind the scenes, if you start to have a look at it, bodyboarders were really they really are some of the last great adventurers and and pioneers. It's fantastic stuff. All right, we're just waiting for a couple of waves to roll through out the front. Looks like orange is, this is a little nugget on the inside here. Look at this thing. And I'm pretty sure that was Toby Player on the way back out in the blue singlet. This is Mitch Rawlins. Take us through this one, champ. Oh, no, it looks like Mitch has got off that one. Oh, my goodness, and look at the thickness of the inside of that. Might be a little something coming through. White just electing to pull back on that one. Jason Finlay. If Jason Finlay pulls back, something's horribly wrong out there, that's for sure. So heat number 4 is underway. You're watching the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And thanks again to Boca Energy Drink, In-Flight Media, Nutrition Station, Tynes Coconut Water, and of course the crew from the oldest bodyboard store in the world over there at the Emerald Bodyboard Store, where Des and the boys are probably watching the action live. So thanks again, fellas, for your support.
Yeah, Des has been really good to bodyboarding, but also really good to OpenLIVE and helping. He was, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to make this contact and this connection. So, thanks, Des.
Yeah, he's been there forever and a day, hasn't he? And such a character as well.
Oh, he is.
All right, well, we're coming down to... the closing stages of this current heat in the water. I'll see if I can pull a couple of scores up. The battery died on the laptop here, unfortunately, so we're unable to give any score updates right now. I might just... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I can just have a look at the screen right here behind us, fellas. Hold on. I'm going to do a score update. So, at the moment, it looks like... So, it looks like Jace Finlay is currently in the lead with just on 31 minutes remaining on the clock for heat number 5. Sorry, heat number 4. Heat number 5 coming up next will be the final heat of the day. Bit of an update for those people watching at home. And sitting, of course, with Matt and Dale from OpenLIVE, our major sponsors, and very cool concept, fellas. When did you... I mean, this is such a huge project for you guys, and I can imagine a pretty expensive investment as well. When did you guys actually start with the concept? How long ago?
It was probably just over 2 years ago we first kicked off the idea, and it developed into the concept it is probably about 12 months ago, and we've been refining it, and yeah, like you said, expensive exercise to get it to where it is.
Yeah, well, mate, it's such a champion idea. I can only imagine it's going to be a massive success as we see red
Trino.
Yeah, Shawnee Pine. Oh, just sneaking under the lip on that one. I'll tell you what, those guys in the peanut gallery sitting out wide there got the best seats in the house, haven't they?
Yeah,
They do, for sure.
There's not many arenas in the world with professional sport where you can just pull up a mat on the sideline like that, you know what I mean?
Not at all.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's a very cool part of the island, that's for sure. I might just go back to the Facebook page for the APB here and have a little look and see who's watching. Don't forget to jump on there. There's a little picture of myself and Wingnut, and we've asked to tell us where you're watching from. Oh wow, some cool photos on there as well. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Look how many views, 4,000.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 4,307 people have already, we've got like 172 comments, so we'll try and get our way through it, but just at the end here, we might go right to the end and get the last couple while there's a bit of a break in the action. But thanks everyone for taking time out to interact with us on the Facebook page. That's the cool side of social media these days, isn't it? It's all instant.
Yeah, it's all getting people involved in everything right at, like you say, it's live, so yeah, it's great. Good to hear the feedback straight away.
All right, so Dreddy Glenn watching from Brighton in UK, Tom Niv from Israel, Zach is watching from New Jersey, and the Bodyboard Lab, the guys from Italy are tuning in. So this is
awesome.
It's not just a great showcase of Shark Island in Australia and showcasing the incredible talent we have here, but it's also a very cool vehicle for our major sponsors, the gang at OpenLIVE, who are trying to let everybody know about their cool new product.
Yeah, no, it's great to get that reach, especially some of those guys will be middle of the night for them, so good on them for staying up and tuning in.
Absolutely, yeah. Tasmania, Brisbane, watching from the Gold Coast, Mollymook, that's just down the coast, San Diego, California. Thanks again to Jared Jeffs. He says hello from St. Augustine in Florida. So yeah, that is just incredible. I mean, there's just too many people there to even try and get to you.
It's
but
great.
Thanks again for taking time out to send a little cheerio through, and we'll do our best to get through them throughout the day. Looks like Orange is having a little look at this one. And once again, Toby Player. That's a more manageable sort of medium-sized one, and Toby just rolling off the end of that one. It went a bit pear-shaped at the end, but it looks like Player got himself a little tube time there.
He did.
All right, so around about 25 minutes remaining for the current heat in the water. Just going to do some running repairs.
Yeah, so it got a bit of a low at the moment, but I'll just have Dale talk about some of the projects that we're currently working on at OpenLIVE and that are going to become apparent to the market within the next 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, so as I mentioned again, the new platform for the artists to schedule recordings in any venue we're installed in. So currently we've got 10 venues in Australia. There's 3 in the US and 1 in the UK, and there's a couple more on the horizon for other countries overseas. So some of the the guys that are tuning in on Facebook, hopefully they'll get to access an OpenLIVE performance in the not too distant future. But yeah, pretty exciting for us, and it's great to get some coverage with fans overseas as well.
All right, well, we're getting down towards the tail end of this one. Once again, thanks for tuning in, folks. This is heat number 4, round number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, and we are coming to you from Cronulla in New South Wales, Australia. And it is a beautiful looking day out here today. We've just had some crazy weather over the last 48 hours where a big storm went down the coastline. What about you guys? You're obviously from Cronulla, Matt. What about you, Dale?
Down in Melbourne, so it was pretty tame for me, just about 8 degrees cooler every day than what it is up here.
Yeah.
And about 12 degrees cooler in the water. So.
Yeah, there we go. You're loving it up here, mate.
Yeah.
Thriving on it. Yeah, so, but...
this is the tropics.
Yeah, that's right. He's in the tropics, but... This today is much nicer weather, mate. Everyone's cruising around with t-shirts on, and it's back to a balmy 23 degrees. Beautiful outside.
Yeah, I mean, we really couldn't ask for better visual conditions and better, heat. The weather today is sensational.
Have a look at that thing. Look at the thickness of that lip, boys. That is just crazy.
That is a very sucky, thick lip, that's for sure.
We're not going to get caught underneath that.
No.
I reckon that some of this vision is going to go out to the news networks today, and they're going to be gobsmacked. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the things in the lead up. I mean, to this particular event is because there has been a lot of storms over the last few days, and I mean for this sport, this has resulted in having a very good competition. So that's one, I suppose, one positive to come from those storms.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to shake the sandbanks up around the east coast as well, which probably is a good thing everywhere. Most of the beaches. One of my other jobs that I do is I work for Southern Cross Austereo as a surf reporter for a few of their stations up and down the coastline. So I've been cruising up and down the coast, checking stuff out, and it's been a lot of the beach breaks been really straight this time of the year. Normally in summer it's all groomed for the north sort of swells. Winter it's of course groomed for the south swells, but when you're in that in-between season, like May, June, the beaches are dead straight. So this is actually going to shake stuff up like a martini, and we're going to end up with some good sandbanks out of this. It'll be great.
Yeah, it'd be great to see how they land, in the next couple of days.
All right, well, looks like we've got a little bit of action coming through out the front here, folks. You're watching heat number 4, round number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge, and we've got a taker on this one. Looks like the bloke in the blue singlet, that is Mitch Rawlins, and this is going to have a nice little end section on it as Mitch looks at it. It just went a bit too wide of the reef. Got to get they've got to come from the sort of southern side of the reef, so you're coming in and backdooring that inside section. That's right, mate. Have you surfed out here yourself, mate?
Not the right hander, no.
No,
not for a while.
I paddled out there once. Yeah, that was it. Then I paddled back into the point. It was about 8 to 10 feet. There's 2 old blokes on a kneeboard out there, and I thought, 2 old blokes on a kneeboard, surely I can do it. And I got out there and went, you've got to be joking me. It's one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, the thing that strikes you is just how shallow it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is super dangerous, and it doesn't, as far as extreme water sports go, it doesn't get too much more extreme than this, that's for sure. So, in the water at the moment, we've got Shawnee Pine, local kid, Jace Finlay, South Coaster is in the white, Nugget is in the green. That's the old Nugget, there he is there, sitting just inside orange. He has been very quiet. He's probably had a big night, the old Nugget. He's a bit of a party at him, isn't he, the old Nathan Purcell?
Well, there's the old story from Holding On, isn't there? Which we won't go into today, but...
No, nothing's changed, mate. Time hasn't wearied them, that's for sure. Mitch Rawlins is in the blue, and we've got Toby wearing the orange, Toby Player, of course, and wow, there is just some crazy waves out here today. So I hope you're enjoying the action. And coming up in the next one, we're going to see Russo. Christian Riccasini will take on Sammy Strachan, who's a red-hot young local. Michael Novi from up on the sunny coast, who's living on the Goldie now. Reese Fowler is a local, and Georgie Humphreys all the way from WA. That's the next one. Boys just electing to let that one slide, waiting for something of a little more substance. We've got 50-minute heats here today. There's 2 rounds of competition. There'll be 1 round today, 1 round tomorrow. At the conclusion of those 2 rounds, the top 3 waves will be added together to determine the winner. Well, here goes green up and riding at the moment. And that is Nathan Purcell. And Nugget just getting a little frothy one through the inside. He's going to take the pressure off, and at this point, I do believe that it's still Jason Finlay with the best single scoring wave at a 7.0.
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a bit of a lull at the moment between sets, but as Dale was saying just earlier, we've got some exciting updates coming up in what we're going to be delivering to the marketplace at OpenLIVE, and I mean the core thing that we're promising the marketplace at the moment is that, and the music scene is that, we're going to give artists from your local pub performer to Wembley Arena, an opportunity to present their music that hasn't existed before.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't realise that even just the local musician at the pub can actually do this as well. And does it actually, once they stream, actually capture it and then people can download it?
Yeah, so basically we'll eventually set it up where you can just opt in to have your performance streamed, or you can have it recorded and then we can push it out as a download after the fact. So you can option, eventually we'll have it to the stage where you can offer both of those.
Oh, that
for
is
sure.
brilliant. Yeah, you guys have really been thinking of everything. There's
Red's
orange up and riding at the moment. I think, is that red or
It's
orange?
orange.
That's orange, and this is going to open up on the inside for Toby Player. And have a look at the side view on this thing. As Toby sets it up, look at the determination on the face of that bearded man as he goes up and over. And in the red singlet right behind him is Sean Pine, and Sean's got a big thick section there that he had to pull through the back of. Have a look at this one, Matty. Oh my goodness, I don't know how the kids can survive that stuff.
He pinched and just dived back, and I think he made it through actually. But it's not something you want to see when you're in the middle of the section, that's for sure.
I just don't. They have got it so down pat, haven't they? The way that they can exit these waves. If anybody else tried to pull through the back of that one, the wave would just pick you up and slam you onto the reef.
Yeah, it's
the way
definitely.
they pull through it. It's just amazing.
It's a skill and an art, I'd say. Yeah.
And bravado, you know, that's the funny thing about surfing. I mean, you look at the big sports that we have today, you know, like golf and tennis, you know, and without being, you know, too cruel, I mean, they're pretty lame, really. And none of my mates are playing golf. I mean, who's going to play golf in the future? I think what's going to happen is later on in the next, say, 10 years, as we go through a bit of a transitional phase, some of those older, more traditional sports, I think, are really going to start to suffer a bit. Because you won't have the big numbers coming through, and you're going to have your extreme sports like surfing and bodyboarding and all those. People are going to start to realise that these surfing athletes here that are surfing, in particular in this contest here today, not only have an incredible amount of skill and fitness, but they also have an incredible amount of bravado, which is something it doesn't take to play a lot of other sports.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of ticker involved.
Well, here's the replay for Toby Player, and Toby punching up and over. That's in real time. And lovely little replay there from the webcast crew as we go back to the wide shot. But yeah, it's the bravado that people will get to really appreciate. And here goes the super slow-mo version of this one, Matt.
It just looks sensational. I mean, it just gives you an idea of just, I mean, the movement, you know, up and down the face of the wave there.
That's incredible. And the activation and the deactivation of the fins there, trying to stall the board.
Yeah.
And just that steely look of determination on his face there, where you're not only trying to make the wave, but you're trying to survive the wave as well.
Absolutely.
So you don't get to see this sort of stuff every day, folks. So really stoked to be here and calling the action with the boys from OpenLIVE, our major sponsors, Matt and Dale. That's up through the roof on that one.
Yeah.
And look at the thickness of the lip that he had to penetrate, and he punched through that thing, and that is just incredible athleticism.
It's a good wave. I'm sure it will score well.
It's impossible to calculate the degree of difficulty on something like that,
and blue's up, green's up, sorry.
Okay, well this in the green singlet, of course, is Nathan Purcell. Just getting a little nugget, nice little carve there. He's still got the skills there, Nug, but he's just got to try and get the wave that's going to allow him to get the big points. Might just quickly slip in and have a little look at the scores and see how we're going as far as scoring goes. So right now
Do you want to swap? Swap.
No, because I'm squatting down, so it's all good.
Just getting another wave on the tail end of that one, so we'll see how that works out. But that's a bit of a score update for you people watching at home. Of course, if you're watching on the APB live site, you'll see the scoring widget thanks to CompuServe. It's just on the right hand side, and you'll be able to, if you minimise the screen, you'll be able to watch, see the scores and watch the action at the same time. So just one more heat remaining here for today, and then we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow with the second round of competition, followed by the final. Looks like we've got Jace Finlay spinning and now setting it up through the inside. Oh, just lovely little exit there, just high-flying exit from Jace Finlay, really using his head to try and penetrate through that big thick wall here at Shark Island.
Yeah, there's quite a technique involved in that, and good timing by Jace there.
Crazy stuff. So, g'day to you people at home. This is Matt and Dale from OpenLIVE. So, welcome along, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the action right around the world. We've got people logging in from California, from Italy, from Canada. There was someone sent me a message earlier. They're in a spa bath in Canada watching the big screen. So, hi to you guys, and take it easy on the bubbles. So, yeah, people from all around the world watching in, and it's fantastic stuff. This is an APB sanctioned event, which means that it's a specialty event. It means that there's no points up for grabs on the World Tour. but the Association of Professional Bodyboarding has released their athletes to surf in it, and as a result, we're working very closely with Alex Leon and all the gang there, and that brings us a whole new audience as well. We've got there's 100,000 people, I think, on there, or 102,000 on their Facebook page or something like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to see the numbers that that viewed the previous event in Tahiti. That was incredible. So I'm sure we'll get a good crowd today, and someone's up.
Orange is up.
Orange.
Well, this is in the orange singlet, Toby Player. Oh my God! Look at the size of Toby just going over the handlebars inside the barrel, and that's a really gnarly wipe out there from Toby Player. But he looks like he's okay. He gets straight back in the saddle and then back into it. These guys are really like rodeo riders of the ocean, aren't they? That's crazy stuff.
Yeah, especially out there. It's that was a big wave, and that side vision again is just sensational.
Absolutely. Looks like we've got a bit of a taker. And I think that might be Mitch Rawlins in the blue, is it? Yeah, just gave that body language suggesting a little frustration there as we get down towards the 20-minute mark for this current heat in the water. So coming up next, Christian Rigassini, aka Russo, will take on Sammy Strachan, Michael Novi, Reese Fowler and George Humphreys from West Australia. Contest has been on an extended waiting period, just waiting for a day like today, and I'll tell you what, we haven't come up short, that's for sure. Here we go now, and this is Nugget in the green. Oh my goodness, this thing's going to open up. Matty and Nathan Purcell parks it in the tube. That is a massive froth monster, and Nugget, well, he came out at the end of that thing. Did he get clamped? No, he came out pretty cleanly. And, well, we can not only hear, but you can actually feel the power of those waves kind of shaking the headland up here at Cronulla, can't you? You can sort of feel it through your feet. It's just a reverberation.
You can. It's just it's a large swell. I mean, it's the thing about Bait Bay here in Cronulla is that if you've got an east swell, I mean, it's gonna break straight in on the island, and I think that's what we've had for the last couple of days, and that's. Okay.
All right, so a little bit of a break in the action there at the moment. So we have started a new Where Are You Watching From thread on the Facebook page. Look for the picture of Dean Fergus and the crew in Sumatra, and you'll be able to throw a little cheerio down there. So thank you very much. Big shout out to Kim Feast watching from WA, and Dylan Nikolai. Got so many great ideas that will not only generate more interest but generate a lot more money into the sport of bodyboarding. Nicholas, we need to talk to you, buddy.
Sounds like we do.
Yeah, absolutely. So send me through an email. It's operations@apvtour.com. Here's the replay of Toby Player, and look at the sheer determination on that man's face.
He's definitely in the zone, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness, and that is a big dark cavern. You can see that. That's what it was. That little piece of the lift that just broke down on top of him. It just hole drove him into the water.
It did.
And Toby ended up going over the handlebars right there.
And here we have Orange up.
All right, well, that is the rider in the orange singlet, Toby Player, once again just punching through the back of that one. We have people watching from as far away as Chile. And a big shout out to Alfred
Mitch Rawlins.
As we see Rawlings setting the rail, and maybe just a little ambitious on that one. He might have been a bit too far downtown when he came into the back end of that thing.
Very deep, yeah.
Yeah, but a lovely little effort. Yeah, so a big shout out to Alfred Sepulveda and the guys from Arica in Chile are watching. So g'day Yo-Yo, to my very good friend, and all the other guys in Chile, including Arturo and the crew from Antofagasta as well. Can't wait to get back and see you guys next year. All right, so getting down to the tail end of this one, we're still waiting for that really spectacular ride to come through, and I have no doubt that with the talent that's in the next heat, that we're going to see something pretty crazy. I just want to see one of those big ones. Someone come from way behind and backdoor. We've seen some pretty spectacular stuff today, but we're still waiting for that one incredible score. And I think the best score that we've actually had today has been it's only been a 7-point ride. So it goes to show that that's why it's called the Shark Island Challenge. It's not really a contest. What it is, it's man versus ocean material. As we see White up and riding at the moment, and this is Jason Finlay, and that's going to have a nice section on it. And Jace has got the speed. He's going to backdoor that section. Oh my goodness, Chase Finlay just getting caught. But you can see the blowout there with all the whitewash on the inside of the tube there, just getting compressed and then just blowing it out like compressed air.
It's spat right out, didn't it?
Incredible stuff there from Jason Finlay. I really thought he might have came through that one, but once again, just that little tiny bit of north in the swell there means that it's kind of pushing down and clamping that end section, which makes it even more spectacular, really, because it was just perfect. You know, they just come out of him every time.
Yeah, he looked like he had the speed to pull out of that one, though, didn't he? But then,
he did,
just
he had a
right.
beautiful entry into it and drew a really nice little line.
And I mean, that's the uniqueness about this event and this wave. It's just, and we've got a rider up.
Yeah, that might be, that's orange. I think that is Toby Player. Yep. Once again, Toby just falling victim to that little end section there, which is once again just kind of chandeliers and clamps the competitors into the tube. So Christian Rigassini, Sam Strachan, Michael Novick, Reese Fowler, George Humphreys coming up in heat number 5. That will be the final heat of the day. Big shout out to Scotty Mace, who's also watching from Hayman Island.
Nice.
One of the most expensive places to stay in the country, that is, up there at Hayman Island.
It would have to be, for sure.
Yeah, good on you, Scotty. Hope you're enjoying the action. There's the replay, and have a look at the beautiful technique there from Jace Finlay as he just leans into that one, and oh my goodness, that is incredible. Let's see if he comes through this next section. Super slow-mo is just outstanding from the webcast crew. I guess one day what we're going to have to do is try and get you guys at OpenLIVE to feed some live music into the webcast. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
It would be. I mean, and that's, I suppose that's the sort of next step and next level of what we'll be looking at. Yeah,
that'd be cool, wouldn't it? Like, get some artists lined up somewhere in the world and say you're going to be playing the soundtrack for the Shark Island Classic, and then have it all mixed together.
Yeah,
that'd be super cool.
Definitely can be done.
All right, more sets coming on the horizon, so action and plenty here, folks. In fact, I did get a message from my friends up in Newcastle, which is about 2 hours north from here, and they said that the swell went up a couple of feet since this morning, so it's got like a second pulse coming. So we're seeing some big sets macking on the outside. Look at that thing. Unfortunately, when they're big and they've got a bit of north in them, they do break wide and they go a bit chubby on the end section. And it looks like Orange is going to pick up the corner of that one.
So we got.
And Toby Player. Oh, wow, that was crazy. And that is spectacular stuff there. So that's going to be Toby's best wave to date. I'll sneak around to the judges here in a second and give you a bit of a score update. As we come down to the tail end of heat number 4. Just check the time. Time remaining from this current heat of water, 7.5 minutes left on the clock. See what the judges thought about that last wave for Toby Player. Just get the scores coming through for Toby's last wave. So the judges are keeping that in mind as we see live action at the moment. Shawnee Pine, oh my goodness, watch this.
Pino's up.
Get out. Sean Pine in the throat of a huge Shark Island cavern, and Pino comes flying out.
Amazing
as the
wave.
crowd goes crazy. here in Cronulla.
That was a great ride, wasn't it?
Oh my god, that's the most spectacular wave of the day.
I'd agree.
Great to see it goes to our local kid Sean Pine, who's always been a standout at the island.
He has, and he's a lovely bloke too.
Yeah, you betcha. And well, he's been around forever and a day. Sean O'Pine, he surfed the competition scene for a long time as a junior. As we go back to a bit of live action here, and this looks like it's going to be White. And Jason Finlay also setting it up. And Finlay comes out of that one and spins out onto the open face. It's contagious when someone gets a good one. The boys hear the crowd go nuts, and then they all want to try and latch onto one themselves.
I think so. I think it's certainly a G up when you're out there.
Yeah, well, spectacular conditions here, folks, for day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Coming to you live from Cronulla in New South Wales. Speaking with Matt and Dale, of course, our major sponsors from OpenLive.co. Why don't you cruise over to their Facebook page and website and check it out as we see blue. This is Mitch Rawlins, and Mitch sets that one up sweetly. A little foam ball run and a bit of a roll at the end of it, but he's still looking for that elusive big barrel here at the island.
I think he is, yeah. But good roll at the end there.
All right, wait until you see the replay on Sean Pine's wave. We are just anticipating this one. In fact, we've got a big crowd of people here in the webcast booth all jumping around the back of us here to check it out. It's going to be really spectacular when it comes through, so stand by, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's a bit of a lull in the action out the front here now, so the boys from the webcast team digging back into the hard drive to dial this one up for us. So I'll be coming through shortly, but it was undoubtedly the best wave of the day. Super slow-mo, Matty. Take us through this one.
Well, I mean, he's gone deep, and there's a big cavern there, obviously. And
foam ball. Look, riding the foam ball, that is always spectacular.
And he's just ridden it perfectly.
Oh
it's
God.
the wave of the day and the ride of the day, I think, in my opinion.
2 blowouts. One when he was like, as he was setting up, and another one. Look at that. It's just hard to believe that there's a human in that thing.
Yeah, and then you see, a few seconds later, you'll see him pop out.
What? There he is there. That is just a full-on Houdini. That is amazing stuff there for Sean O'Pine. Look at the face on this kid. Look,
he's happy.
He's Why wouldn't you be? He's alive. It's a good start, isn't it?
It's a great start.
Look at Pino. Now we can start to relax a little bit. But great skills there from Sean Pine, and incredible camera work from the guys in the channel. So, wow, that was unreal stuff. We're going to just wait and see what sort of scores came through from Sean Pine. And as you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that is a 10-point ride. Shawnee Pine.
Well done, Pino.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And that's the first 10 of the day. That one's going on the highlight reel to the news networks this evening. There's no doubt about that stuff. All right, so time remaining at the moment, just on 2.5 minutes to go. One more heat to come your way here, folks, for this first day of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Thanks again to Boca Energy Drinks. None of the horrible stuff that you'll find in some of their opposition drinks. It's all natural and it's all quite good for you. Gives you a nice little lift in the afternoon. In-flight media, thanks to those guys for the drones. They've been zooming around all day. A nutrition station, keeping everyone fired up, along with Tynes Coconut Water, and of course Desi and the crew from Emerald Bodyboard Store. They've been on board this competition forever and a day, so thank you very much to all of our sponsors, but none more than the crew from OpenLIVE. We've got Matt and Dale in the booth here, taking us through heat number 4. So, yeah, stoked to have you guys on board, fellas. And the other thing I was going to ask you was, so have you? Hang on, we might come back to this conversation as we see. I think that's.
We've got Toby up in the orange.
Yep. So Toby's got a bit of a warp in this one, but Toby's negotiated that one beautifully. And there he is as he sets it up. Oh, that was perfectly done. You can see just the weight distribution on the board there was just beautifully done. But I believe that he actually, he did come unglued at the end there. He just kind of went went over the front of the board in the end. So we're coming down to the last couple of stages of this heat in the water, just on 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a last minute you start seeing some pretty desperate and some pretty
last minute heroics.
a lot of motivation, put it that way.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys have got a whole day to wait until they surf again tomorrow. So, you know, by the time we get to the end of the next heat, the tide's going to be, after that, will be too low to even, they'll probably get out there, but it'll be really too low to take, you know, to get some really good waves here. So tomorrow, once again, we're working with the tides. We'll probably have around an 8 o'clock start tomorrow to take advantage of that tide, 8:30 start. So make sure you tune back in, folks, for the second half of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. It's going to be spectacular tomorrow. A little smaller, but a lot more manageable.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great that the event's been able to be held over 2 days too, because I mean, as a sponsor and as a bodyboard lover, it's just great that we've had the luxury of being able to have those tides at that time and the swell as well.
Absolutely. Well, we're coming down to the last couple of seconds here. We're in between contests on the World Tour at the moment, so there's not a lot for the bodyboard enthusiasts worldwide to really latch onto, so we're going to have some huge numbers watching this webcast here today.
Well,
pretty sure that was the end of the heat number 4.
That's heat 4.
Either that or the constabulary has actually caught up with Nugget finally. Yeah, no, that's the end of heat number 4, and I'm pretty sure that Sean Pine got the better of that one. I mean, that 10-point ride, all that Pino has to do now, because remember, over the 2 rounds, it's the best 3 waves. So all that Pino has to do now is get himself 2 kind of medium skies, one into the next round. He's a no-brainer to make it into the top 5. So we're just about to launch into the next heat. We might even be going to an ad break here. Let me just talk to the guys from the webcast. An ad break. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out with us. We're going to throw to an ad break and be with more action here at Shark Island after this. Stay tuned.
We're for music fans. Those that don't just hit like, but hit share. We're for those that purchase an album because you love a song on it and you're hoping to find more hidden treasures that you won't find by paying 99 cents for the single. We're for those that get out to live gigs for that raw musical experience. That's as much a life experience as an oral one. Those that know that music is a partnership between fan and artist. We're OpenLIVE, Australia's new high-res music store.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Okay, welcome back to the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Tez McKenna holding down the webcast along with my mate here to the left here that everybody knows and loves as Wingo, Adam Windnut Smith, of course, long-time local Shark Island. Wingo, what about that wave from Sean Pine?
Mate, that was an absolute cracker. Definitely wave of the day, 6 to 8 foot, perfectly positioned in the tube, showing his local knowledge there. Good to see the Cronulla boy get a good 10-point ride, wave of the day, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. Very spectacular stuff. So just this is the final heat here today, folks. Just lost one.
In Rissole, another local boy from Cronulla here at Shark Island, and in the white we've got Sam Strachan. In green we have
Michael Novy. Yep.
Michael Novy. In blue, Reece Fowler, and orange
is Georgie Humphreys, all the way from West Australia. So he's, of course, part of that little trio that came through. Davis Blackwell, Louis Finning, and George Humphreys. They were the 3 whiz kids from West Oz, as we go to a little bit of live action out the front here.
This one looks like a nice shaped wave, rider in blue, but just opts to kick out the back. Must have been very shallow there on the reef, by the look of it.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, we have seen some spectacular waves, none more spectacular than Sean Pines, and we'll probably see if we can keep that in the hard drive to drag that back up throughout the day, but that one is definitely going to make the highlight reel, mate.
I actually saw Damien King in Heat 3 get some good waves in blue, and a couple of the other local guys in the earlier heats today. So yeah, good day of competition so far, and like you said, this will be our last heat, Heat 5 of round 1, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll kick off again tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Weather and waves providing.
Mate, looks like the swell. It's a funny story. Yeah, so funny little story, but my mates from Newcastle sent me a message earlier on this morning saying that it's gone up a couple of feet in Newey over the last couple of hours. So here's a couple of sets coming through out the back. And once again, it's Russell in the red singlet, Sammy Strachan in the white, Novi is in the green, Reese Fowler blue, George Humphreys orange. Those ones came a little bit from the north, and looks like so picking up that one, and Chris Riccatelli parks it in the tube, and looks like he's going to get unfortunately clamped on the end of that thing. And behind him it looks like the bloke in the blue singlet, so Reese Fowler, who came in as alternate late. Reese Fowler in a throaty beast of a wave. Oh my goodness, look at the side angle on that one. Oh, Reese Fowler just got rolled in that thing, and that was crazy.
Yeah, it looked like the bottom of that wave just dropped out and just sort of pinched him onto the end of the reef there. It was a pretty heavy section on the end there.
All right, what a day, Wing. I'm exhausted just hanging out watching this stuff, mate. It's been unreal, hasn't it?
Yeah, the weather's really turned it on, and I think the competitors will be happy with the quality of the waves out there today. So fingers crossed that, tomorrow we get some similar type conditions.
Well, a little smaller, a little cleaner tomorrow is the call. We can have today, we've got 6 to 8 footers with the occasional rogue set. Tomorrow will be more like 4 to 6 feet. And when the island's 4 to 6 feet, it means you can sort of, there's more manoeuvre orientated, I guess, instead of just trying to survive the wave, you can really carve the wave.
Yeah, that's right. When the conditions drop off a bit, it gives you the option to be able to launch some aerial type manoeuvres on the end section, but still be able to maintain that tube riding sort of inside section on the reef. So yeah, it'd be exciting to watch.
Wingo, I mean, you grew up here, mate, and you've been living on the point there for most of your life. What who do you think has been your all-time favourite shark? I know it's a very big question, but who's your all-time favourite Shark Island bodyboarder?
All-time favourite. Probably Doug Robson, growing up as a kid. Yeah, one of the older guys, pioneer Shark Island.
Sure.
So
yeah, and Dougie was at the forefront of it. He ended up with a pretty bad injury there in the end, didn't he?
He did, mate. Yeah, he had a pretty bad accident. Yeah, he hit the reef really badly, and broke some of the bones in his lower back, and he was hospitalised for a long time. But he's come good, and he's back in the water and stuff now. But just goes to show how dangerous this wave can be if you get it wrong.
Oh yeah, you betcha. All right, well, this is a spectacular coming from behind setup. Have a look at this thing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, Sam Strachan.
Oh yeah.
Almost came out at the end of that thing. So Sammy Strachan, we might try and drag the replay back on that one, because that side angle on the replay for this thing for Sam Strachan could be pretty crazy. But we'll wait and see, because there's more waves coming through. We'll try and get back to that one in the orange thing. It looks like George Humphreys having a look at this one, and George up and
flying. He's
nicely
flying.
Negotiated.
Yeah, nice wave. Nice little cylinder there for the rider in orange.
Yeah, George Humphreys is a great talent. George has won Australian junior titles. He represented Australia at the ISA World Bodyboarding Games at Fronton when it was there about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
He was part of the team there, and he's always been a very good talent. I thought George would have been on the world tour full time by now, but of course Louis Finnegan, as I said, Louis Davis and George, they were the 3 kids from WA, all came together. And Louis really went on with it last year. He won the event in Augusta, and has been, you know, a real standout on the world tour, and also charging the big stuff as well. Being from WA, of course, those guys do a lot of tow in, and they've got all those, you know, the right and all those big crazy reefs over there to play with.
Well, he certainly did well on that last wave. He knew what he was doing inside the tube and rode it all the way out onto the shoulder, which is what the judges are looking for, I think.
Absolutely.
Well, look at the size of this one.
Is that green?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Novi. All right, Michael Novi. Oh, get out of here. You can see Novi
Nice work,
drop down the steps. Didn't really get super tubed on that one, but it was pretty spectacular, kind of a drop there for Michael Novi as he set up that inside section. Big sets macking through here at the island. And that's a good sign for tomorrow, Wingo, because I was worried that it might have been real small tomorrow, but in fact we got plenty of swell still coming, buddy.
Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, we definitely want these size waves to stick around till tomorrow and give these guys a really good chance to battle it out in the finals tomorrow.
All right, well that might have been
Red,
Russo
yeah.
bouncing away there for Christian Rigassini. Was it Russo that always used to wear the helmet?
No, that's Wazza.
Ah, was a
Yeah.
fine bag, of course. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Couple of legends. What's Wazza up to these days? Is he still charging it?
Yeah, he is, mate. You see him out here whenever it gets good, you know, on any day it gets good, he gets out there.
All right,
We
well-
see the rider in white in this replay.
Yeah, this is the replay of George Humphreys. And look at George leaning on that inside rail and dragging his fins there, trying to make sure that he maintains control. Beautiful little adjustment there as he's on the foam ball. Oh, get out. That is just incredible. He almost... Oh, look at the legs. He almost...
Great commitment there. He's doing his best to try and come out of that
Well,
thing.
he almost did a scorpion on the way through on that thing.
Great slow motion footage by the boys out there.
Really spectacular. Good stuff there from George Humphreys, and awesome stuff from the webcast crew who are doing a fantastic job. So I might just quickly have a little squiz at the scores here, Wingo, and see what the judges...
Yeah, give us an update, mate. See who's winning.
So Georgie Humphreys for the 683 on his opening wave.
Yeah.
That is the best score that we've got so far. Everyone's got a couple of 4s and 5s, but that's a score to beat at the moment, mate.
Oh, it looks like...
Orange, once again, George Humphreys.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Georgie's setting it up here.
Here we go, rider in orange.
Little setup turn. Oh, George, once again, just eating it big time on the edge of the reef here at Shark Island, and they're getting Georgie's no problemo.
Good to see him get spat out the back. Hopefully nobody gets too badly injured out there. You can see by the size and the look of those waves just how dangerous they can be. And the guys doing their best trying not to get eaten alive by those big gnarly waves.
Wingo, you've surfed this joint a million times, mate. I'm sure you must have had some scary moments over the years out here. What's one of your worst ones?
It would have to be the fear of wiping out on a big wave and wondering if you're going to hit the reef or not.
Yeah, but I mean, have you actually hit the reef out?
Oh yeah, plenty of
But
times.
have you had any like really scary ones where you've been stuck at the front of the reef or anything like that? We'll come back to that anyway while we're just watching a bit of live action. And well, once again, they're just getting chewed up at the end of that thing. So there's a bit of a lull, yeah. But I mean, you must have been in some horrific situations over the years where you thought, oh, what am I doing here right now?
Oh yeah, it definitely gets the adrenaline going, and you know it's really scary if you get caught inside on a big wave, and you know the water's so shallow over the reef, just really gets the adrenaline going, and you freak right out. But then once you come out to the safety of the channel, you get your breath again, you calm yourself down, and sort of head back out and do it all again. I guess that's what we live for, the thrill of it. But
that's right.
Yeah, it can be really scary out there, that's for sure.
That's right. Well, speaking with Wingo at the moment, folks, that's McKenna, and Wingo taking us through this final heat of the day here in the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Thanks for hanging out with us for today. We'll be back again tomorrow, of course, to do it all again for round number 2. So stick around and send through some of those Cheerios on the Facebook page. You'll see the picture of Dino Fergus and the gang from Sumatra, and let us know where you're watching from. We're going to dig into that little Facebook file in a moment from now and give you guys a bit of a cheerio and say good day. But here's a replay from this one of Orange, and I tell you what, George Humphreys has been the man in this one.
Look at the lip on that wave. Like, looks like Chopu in Tahiti. It's that heavy. Ho ho ho, and over he goes.
Oh my goodness, the end of that thing just went all kind of pear-shaped. Big shout out to Matty Foster, got your message, buddy, and we'll do our best to try and put that suggestion into place. Also, Alfred Sepulveda, aka Yo-Yo, sending greetings to Yo-Yo and Eddie that are watching the comp in Arica in Chile. G'day boys, how you going? I tell you what, I was thrilled to be with you guys there, having a Corona and playing up with you guys. Rightio, right about now, we are coming down to the final 35 minutes of this 50-minute heat. It's the final heat of the day, and it's been an awesome start to the contest, Wingo.
Yeah, sure has, mate. Got here early this morning, and you know, the waves and the tide and the winds and everything were looking pretty good. The waves were in the 6 to 8 foot range with the occasional bigger one. Appears to have dropped off a little bit now, but yeah, hopefully tomorrow we get similar type conditions.
Alright, so still plenty of time to go in this one, and with this sort of talent in the water with Russell and Sammy Strachan, Novi, Reece Fowler and George Humphreys.
George Humphreys. Yeah, he's in orange in this heat, and then tomorrow we'll kick off with heat 1 of Nathan Purcell, Christian Rico, Matt Young, Damien King and Josh Kia. That'll be heat 1 tomorrow morning, as long as the waves and the conditions stay as good as they have been today.
Yeah, mate, it's going to be pumping again tomorrow, so we'd love to have all you people back to watch the competition with us, that's for sure. And as Wingo just alluded to, we're going to have Nugget, Russo, Youngie, Kingy, and Blackie. Hey, don't you love it when everyone's got a nickname?
Yeah. And as we mentioned before, Blackie's the 2013 Shark Island Challenge champion, so that's going to be a great heat to watch actually, with Nugget and Rissole in that one, and Kingy as well. So yeah, that's going to be a great heat tomorrow morning. So we're just waiting for
Yeah, just waiting for a little action to roll through here, folks. So bear with us, and we'll wrap up what has been an incredible day. Thank you very much to Matt and Dale, the guys from OpenLIVE. They have done a great job by throwing the weight of that cool company behind this contest. Thanks to Boca Energy Drink, In-Flight Media, and all the other guys that have been involved as well. Looks like Georgie Humphreys again into this one, Wingo. Take us through it.
Oh,
watch out.
That was a late pull out, and as you can see on the replay, he just gets sucked over the falls there. That's pretty nasty wipeout. Let's hope he pops up and goes over the rapids safely. Very shallow in there. Also, just like to say a big shout out to my friends if you're watching around Australia or overseas. Aloha in Hawaii, wherever you may be viewing from.
Well,
hope you're enjoying the action out there.
Yep, here, speaking of action, there's a big elevator drop for the bloke in blue on that one, and trying to squeak through that end section, and that is Reece Fowler, who picked up a late start in the competition due to a withdrawal of some of the more high-profile guys. We were hoping to get, Mike Stewart, Jeff Hubbard and all those guys here this year. That was that one, Reece Fowler standing on the reef, just waving his arm at the lip as it came down at him. That's crazy. Crazy to watch.
And the lifeguard's just checking on Ryder in orange that went over the falls on this one that's replaying right now, as we see George trying to kick out the back of that wave to avoid going onto the reef, but unfortunately just doesn't get out in time, and you'll see here as the wave pitches onto the reef, his orange jersey will go up and over.
Oh my goodness, there he is, he's underneath it. And
there he goes.
Oh, there goes Georgie Humphreys. Look, gets a breath.
Not a good spot.
Breathe in, Georgie.
Good to see he's on the ski with the lifeguards.
He's okay, Mrs. Humphreys. Not to worry, George is in one piece, and
he's heading back out for more.
Back in the saddle, and he's out there for more. Yeah, there goes Georgie there. So he's all sweet. Incredible stuff here, folks, for day number 1 of the 2016 Open Live Shark Island Challenge. Big blowout on that one. And local time here in Cronulla is 11:45. So this contest is finishing in around about 30 minutes time from now. So just pulling up stumps, winding up in 30 minutes. So stick around, folks. Don't miss a minute of the action. Got some incredible talent in the water. Russo in the red singlet, Sam Strachan in the white, Michael Navy in the green, Reese Fowler in the blue, George Humphreys is the man of the moment, along with Sean Pine. Sean Pine, probably that 10-point ride was the best moment of the day, wasn't it?
Let's slip a open line at him.
All right, while there's a little break in the action, we might just quickly throw to a fast little commercial break from our major sponsor. We'll be back with more action after this.
We're for music fans, those that don't just hit like, but hit share. We're for those that purchase an album because you love a song on it and you're hoping to find more hidden treasures that you won't find by paying 99 cents for the single. We're for those that get out to live gigs for that raw musical experience. That's as much a life experience as an oral one. Those that know that music is a partnership between fan and artist. We're OpenLIVE, Australia's new high-res music store.
And thank you very much to OpenLIVE. Of course, that gives you a little indication as to what their company is all about. Tezza and Wingo hanging out with you today on this first day of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. And Wingo, that one 10-point wave from Sean Pine, that's just been the best wave of the day, hasn't it, mate?
Oh, absolutely, mate. Local boy, Sean Pine, 10 out of 10 ride. You can't get much better than that. Perfect ride, and congratulations to him. He deserves it. He's put in a lot of training and surfs a lot out here, so congratulations to him, and I hope he does well tomorrow and makes it into the finals for the local crew.
Yeah, you betcha. Lots of locals in this one, including a Russo, of course, Chris Rigassini, who's in the red singlet in the water at the moment. Let's throw to the action and check out some of the waves that are coming through today. And the boys just sitting and waiting patiently in the lineup. So Chris Rigassini in the red singlet, Sam Strachan in the white. They're both from Cronulla. Michael Navy, originally from the Sunshine Coast, lives on the Goldie these days, is out there wearing the green. Reese Fowler is in the blue. He's a local kid. And George Humphreys, as we said, from West Australia. George has put on a real show and he's put his body on the line in this last heat of the day.
Absolutely. Competitors out there just waiting for some big sets to roll through. I think I can see something on the horizon out there.
Trying to jump on the APB Facebook page, but if Andrew Bleckley, if you're watching, of course he works with us at the APB, does all the media stuff. Andrew, I'm not too sure there's a problem there. Maybe we've got too many people on the Facebook page. It's crashed Facebook. Yeah, that's a classic. We'll get back to the Facebook page so we can say g'day to everyone. But looks like we've got some big lines approaching, Wingo. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, you can see these ones on approach. Looks like they're in the solid 8 to 10 feet range.
Well, is that red or orange? That's orange. That is George Humphreys. Up and out of that one real quickly for Georgie. Meantime, trying to come in to this one is...
Yellow, it looks like.
Is that red?
Red.
That is red. That is Russo. And look at the size of this thing coming through out of the bag.
Oh, look at this A-frame.
Oh my goodness, that is a macking set here at the island. Holy moly, that thing was a good solid 8 to 10 feet, and that is one of the biggest sets of the day.
Lucky the guys never got caught inside on that one.
That is very lucky. Have a look at the thickness and the power in that wave. You can just feel it in your feet here on the headland when those lips are exploding out there onto the reef. But Shark Island really, firing up today. This first event, first day of the OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Here we go, Reese Fowler. Look at this thing. Take it through us, Wingo.
Here he goes, Reese, trying to get around that section, and the lip kind of catches his legs a bit there. It didn't really open up for him the way he would have liked, I think. You want that section to kind of hit the reef and hollow right out, so wave selection is a big part of it.
All right, we've got lots of people tuning in and watching the action from right around the country and the world for that matter, including Justin Welsh. Awesome coverage, boys. This is insane watching from Melbourne, so good on you, Justin. Of course, a legendary DK rider. Got Ronald watching from Seoul in South Korea. No way, that's awesome. G'day, Ronald. Langeveld. Alex Fitzgerald watching from Bongarong with Jeffrey Swan. Good on you, Jeffrey and Alex. Hope you're enjoying the action, mate. Thanks for jumping on board. Kim Feast, of course, is a mad DK rider from WA. He's watching. Jason Hazel. There's a name from the blast from the past.
Yeah.
Hazel used to, of course, represent Australia on the World Tour and has dominated the Australian bodyboarding scene for a long time now. Good to see the boys are charging. He's watching from Melbourne City. Good on you, Jason Hazel. Well done, buddy. Wesley Coatsey watching with Terence Peters all the way over in South Africa. Yeah, boys. South Africa. How's the people that are tuning into this webcast?
I wonder if there's waves in Fiji today, Tezza, for the...
No, you know what? Their forecasts look lame.
Really?
So don't even bother going to check their stuff out. You can once you're finished here. And I heard it's pretty crap at Cape Fear as well. just mucking around. Hey, Clayton Sweetman from Newcastle watching with all the boys. Epic 10-point ride from Piney. Good on you, Clayton Sweetman. Is a mad bodyboarder, always has been. Jordan Ma from Legian in Bali.
Legian?
Yeah, how cool is
Bali
that?
Bagus?
Yeah, Bagus. And Steve Hartshorn watching from the Surf Coast in Vicar and loving the webcast. Good on you, Steve. Well done, mate. He's always a part of the Victorian bodyboard team for the national bodyboard titles. He's a mad fella. And Brendan Westlake watching from Newcastle. Let's go, Garth McGregor. Garthy got clamped on a fear, but he'll be back tomorrow to fire up for Newcastle.
Yeah, it's good to see him charging out there today, getting a few waves.
So good to see Garth McGregor back on the competition scene. It's like he never left. And you know what? Bodyboarding needs a Garth McGregor right about now. You know, just a character that's going to add a bit of spice to the whole mix. You know, it's good to see, isn't it?
Absolutely, mate, yeah.
Did you hear what happened? Garth wanted to go over to Tahiti, and it cost a lot of money to get over there. And
he did a
set up
fundraiser.
Did a fundraiser. They raised 10 grand.
How good's that?
In one night for Garth. And then you know what people have been saying to me? When's the next one?
Well, if they're tuning in from Newcastle and they help raise the funds for Garth to get to Tahiti, then congratulations, good on you guys. I think that's awesome.
It's awesome, mate. And you know what? That's the best part about living in Niue. It's a real tight little community like that, and all the boys always pull together.
Yeah.
So g'day, probably Johnny Cruikshank and all the boys would be tuning in as well. Sorry, mate, I'd be both here. Johnny Cruikshank, the boys watching in the shop over there at D5. Johnny, I know you're tuning in. G'day, buddy, and to all the other crews, Scotty Mason, all the Newcastle guys, Clayton Sweetman. Howdy, boys, and you should come down here tomorrow. Don't worry about watching it on the big screen. Come down here and watch it live, eh, Winger?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. However you can watch it. It is good to watch it live, though.
Yeah, it's
you can hear the waves cracking on the reef on the big bomb sets, can't you?
Yeah, it's amazing, and we've probably got a couple of thousand people on the headland here. It's at some point we'll endeavour to get a shot at a shot of the crowd, because the crowd here is amazing. As we see a little inside wave here for Rico once again. Russo just unfortunately getting chewed up on the inside of that one as we come down to the final stages of this last heat. There's 23 minutes left on the clock for the current heat in the water.
There's Pino. We should do a little interview with him. Pino. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Pino.
You talk to him.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry. Pino, how are you, Shorty?
Got a special guest here.
Jump in the chair. Brilliant. How are you, mate?
Pino.
Good to see you, bro. Just got Sean Pines just stepped into the booth here. Shauna, how are you?
Real good, mate.
Oh my goodness, the look on your face when you come out of that wave, that was just spectacular, mate. Tell us about it. What was it like?
Well, I was paddled in, seen it was coming in real nice, and looked like it was going pretty damn good, and it was, so had to hang on and bust over the foam ball and make it to the channel.
Yeah, mate. Well, that's the wave of the day. That's going on the highlight reel. Wingo, what do you got to say?
Yeah, good ride, mate. We saw it from up here. We were hoping you were going to come out, and sure enough, you flew out the end, and I saw you high-fiving the boys in the boat.
Yeah,
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, the boys are on the boat, they're frothing.
What happened here? You got a bit of claret going on there?
Yeah, didn't
Brush
make
with the
one and
reef?
got pumped, eh?
It's heavy out there, eh?
Yeah, no, it's sick. Frothing.
Oh, you did well, mate.
Good conditions for a comp, like Bodyboarding needs some heavy waves, and so it's good to see everyone shredding out there.
Lift your arm up from camera there, mate. Yeah, nice little slice on the arm there for Johnny Pine. It's worth it, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, well worth it, mate. Well worth
Yeah, good stuff, champion. That was insane to watch. Way over the day, bro. Good stuff. You did the locals proud.
Yeah, thanks, boys.
And good luck tomorrow, mate. If the waves are around, keep doing what you're doing, and you'll go really well, mate. We'll be cheering you on.
Waves should be pretty good tomorrow too. Look, mate, a little bit small, but there'll still be some nice 6-footers, I reckon. So.
Anyone you want to thank, Sean? You got sponsors these days?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone, especially Matt from OpenLIVE for supporting the whole event. Nick from Bocco, the energy drink, and yeah, my sponsors Science, Asian, Nadine, and Emerald City, and Desi. So if anyone wants some of that kit, go see Desi.
Yeah, good stuff. Well said. All right, that is Sean here at Pine. And
Thanks, Neo.
Well done,
endeavour
brother.
to try and get another 10-point ride for you today. Good job, mate. Awesome surfing. That was insane to watch. Good stuff, Sean. And yeah, so just a little bit of an interview with Sean O'Pine now as we go back to a bit of live action here at the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. I had to use this little microphone to interview Sean. We're just making do as we can here today, folks. It's not the full bells and whistles World Tour webcast, but we're doing a pretty good job for the budget we got to work with, so thank you. All right, so what do we got? Around about 20 minutes remaining in the final here today. This is a replay for the guy in the green singlet. And Wingo, take us through this one, mate.
Well, look at that. You can see the guys on the jet ski just looking in there with the cameras. It's a great looking wave, good angle.
That's Novi, Michael Novi. And Novi just dealing with that one. And whoa, that is...
Does he come out? Does he just get
eaten?
eaten? Oh, yeah.
That is a spectacular shot there. Well done from there.
That's a nice ride.
And you can see Novi right at the end there, hair flying all over the shop, and he's like a rodeo. He just hangs on and gets the 8-second ride, and that is a spectacular wave there from Michael Novi from Queensland.
That's what the judges are looking for, those big, hollow, clean tubes, and he came out nicely.
Just going to have a quick look at the scores here, Bingo, and
Another replay with that.
they didn't hold back with Sean Pine's wave though, the 10-point ride.
Got another replay coming through.
So more replays coming your way. We've had action aplenty during the interview that we did with Sean O'Pine. There was a couple of set waves come through, so we don't want you guys to miss out on any of the action.
Oh, here we go.
Medium one's coming through. Here we go. Georgie Humphreys on another smoker. So Georgie just bouncing his way through there, and you can see just those fine little adjustments. It's unreal, super slow-mo, isn't it?
It is, mate, yeah.
And there's the bailout from George Humphreys. He tries to go through the back of this one. Is this the one where he goes up and over?
I don't know, but...
I don't know, but it's a pretty gnarly spot to bail one in the middle of those tubes there, and you can see the jet ski guys doing a fantastic job there as well. More great imagery from our webcast team as we wind up what has been an incredible day number one here at the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. So, looks like still the best score of the heat so far has gone to Novi and George Humphreys. So they're looking the goods. Remember that this is a leaderboard format today, folks. We're surfing one round of competition today. 5 heats with 5 guys, 50 minutes per heat. Tomorrow we come back and do the 5 heats all over again, but it's mixed up. And after the 2 rounds have concluded, we get the top 3 waves across the 2 rounds from each guy, and the top 5 will go into the final. That's how it works here with the Shark Island Challenge in 2016. So that's Russo.
Oh, red, sorry.
And Christian Rigassini didn't really open up too much for him. And Michael Novi in a green singlet on this one, Wiener. Wing nut. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Wing. Oh wow.
did well there.
Spectacular stuff there from Michael Novi. You can see the camera switch right in the eye of the storm. And Michael Novi just spinning his way out of that one. So he's looking like he's on song at the moment. Novi's really nailing it on the Australian Bodyboard Association Tour, the National Pro Tour here in Australia. He's currently up at the top of the rankings as well. More big sets coming through out the front. The final heat of the Shark Island Challenge, thanks to OpenLIVE, taking place here at the Shire. Oh, the boys had a little look at that one, decided to let it go. But George Humphrey says, give me a go at this thing, Wingo. Take us through it.
Yeah, making the drop there into the surge. He's looking for a cover up. Oh, nice little barrel on the end section. That's not a bad ride for the rider in red.
In
Orange, sorry.
Yeah, it's Russo's in the red. But those sets just pouring through, so no shortage of action wave-wise here in this final heat of the day. We were a little worried the swell might have started to really fade, but if anything, like the boys from Newcastle indicated, there was a secondary pulse to the swell today, and we've seen some good solid 8 foot plus sets rolling through in this one. Tomorrow, heat number 1 will feature, oh here we go, I'll come back to that. That is Reece Fowler. And Reece Fowler getting a, well, that side view shows the size of the wave when they're sliding into those things. And there's a big one there for Fowler, who gets off that one pretty quickly. Yeah, back to tomorrow, round number 2, heat number 1, Nathan Purcell, Russo, Matt Young, Damien King, and Josh Kay, of course, the 2013 winner. So, lucky you'll be in that one. It'll be a great way to start tomorrow's proceedings, mate. You're back with us again tomorrow, Wingnut?
Yeah, mate, I'll be floating around tomorrow, yeah.
Mate, unreal to have you here, and you've been such a big part of the Australian bodyboarding scene for so many years now, and of course with the Holding On DVD that's now available at spots like Emerald Bodyboard Store.
Yeah.
It's kind of, it's got you back into it a bit, mate, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of brought back a lot of my bodyboarding days. Yeah, it's been good.
I saw Todd Quigley actually knocked up a bit of a Wingo model there for you at one stage.
He did, mate. Yeah, Rissol's actually riding one now in his heat.
You've sponsored him?
Yeah, I've sponsored him.
That's
and
insane.
he rode it at Pipeline too in January, and he got a really good wave at Pipeline on it, so he reckons it goes good.
Awesome.
So
and has it got some of the old characteristics of your Wingo model, or is it just...
Yeah, you can get different dimensions and stuff. If anyone's interested, have a look on the QCD website.
Yep.
Speak to Todd Quigley, and you know, we'll do you up a custom board if you want. Check it out. He's got a good website, so if you're interested, have a look.
Toddy's always made the classiest customs in the country, I believe. So yeah, well done, and thank you very much to all of our supporting sponsors, not just OpenLIVE, of course. It's thanks to Boca Energy Drink, In-Flight Media, thanks to Nutrition Station and Tynes as well. But that is the last wave for Orange there. You can see George Humphreys holding on for dear life in that thing. And these are just incredible images. We'll be cutting some of this stuff up and sending it to the news networks. And I'm sure you'll see this on the news tonight as we go back to a bit of live action. Looks like Russo up and riding on this one. So it didn't really eventuate into too much for the rider in the red singlet. Notice that you've also, saw you out there a couple of months ago ripping it up on the old surfboard, Wingo. You've been throwing it around on surfboard occasionally when it's a bit smaller.
Yeah, mate, yeah, just a bit of fun and fitness, and yeah.
What about the island? You get out the island on the surfboard?
Yeah, every now and again, yeah.
What's the difference between riding it on a surfboard and a bodyboard?
It's a lot harder because you're not holding onto your board for starters. You're up on your feet.
Yeah.
But it's just a bit more of a challenge and a little bit more dangerous, so just adds to that element of adrenaline.
That last surge section there too, when you're on the surfboard, you'd be thinking, oh shit, you know, this thing's going to hurt me if I hit it.
Yeah, well that's right. It's a dangerous wave if you're on a bodyboard or a surfboard. You've got to be cautious, but careful. But yeah, it's just a little, it's not quite as easy when you're on your feet and there's all those steps and ledges in it. You're not hanging on like you are with your hands on a bodyboard, so you've got to try and play it a little bit safer, I think, on the surfboards and get the cleaner, more makeable ones.
Yep, gotcha. All right, well, we're coming down to the closing stages of this final heat of the day. It's been awesome hanging out with you guys. Just on 12 minutes left on the clock. Just go back to the Facebook page where we had some really cool little messages from from everyone. Got your message too for Andrew Blakely. Appreciate it, bud. Looks like it's all sweet now. Don't know what was happening there. I was kind of having a little wig out. But yeah, if you go to the APB Facebook page, you'll see Dean Ferguson and the team watching from Sumatra. That's where I was. Actually went to Dino's Secret Sumatra camp like about a month ago.
Yeah, big shout out to Dino. He's a friend of mine from the past.
he's
Hope you're enjoying the live web stream today of the Shark Island Challenge.
Yeah, absolute legend, Dino. And he actually went over to Tahiti. He was really unlucky, Dino, in his heat over there in Tahiti. No waves came through, mate. Unlucky. But when I was at his Secret Sumatra surf camp, that was the best surf trip I've ever had in my life.
I've seen some great photos out the front of his surf camp, the wave, the qualities in
there's
Sumatra.
waves out the front, but if you get in the car and go north and south, it's incredible. And luckily, it's a damn hard place to get to. You got to fly into Jakarta, then you go down to Banjar Lempung, then it's like an 8-hour drive through the jungle. It's real hard to get to, and that's why the crowds are kind of low down that way. But yeah, I'm going back next year. Already booked my trip for April 4 to 14 next year. So see you soon, Dino. And this time dragging a fair few of my mates from Newcastle with me.
Yeah, oh mate, you'll have a great time over there. Warm water.
Yep.
Good waves.
It was awesome. I lost about 10 kilos in 2 weeks, and then I put about 6 kilos on as soon as I got home.
I think they've just built a McDonald's over there, haven't they? I saw photos.
What, in Sumatra?
Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah, somewhere.
Oh no, it can't be in Sumatra. Definitely not.
How'd you put the 6 kilos on then?
Oh no, when I got back to Australia. Eating the crap again, mate. You know how it is.
Yeah.
And drinking beer. It's all about drinking beer. That's where it comes from for me, mate. I had a couple of weeks off the beer when I was over at Dino's camp, but just a little lull in the action out the front there, folks. And thanks again to OpenLIVE. Of course, we spoke to Matt and Dale from the major sponsors company, and they have redefined how people listen to music with their high-res audio. As Matt put it today in layman's terms, MP3 downloads off the iTunes store, that's like having a cup of Blend 43 coffee, but the OpenLIVE version with the high def is like a barista style cappuccino.
White.
Here we go with White fanging down the line on this one.
Ooh.
And Sam Strachan just got clamped on that thing, and you can see
just how shallow it is there on the insect.
There's just so much power in those throaty beasts.
Probably a good idea to try and kick out of that one early like he did, else he would have run out of water on the edge of the reef there.
Big shout out to Manuel Alonso in the Dominican Republic, and he's watching from over there. Thank you very much to Manuel Alonso. And so thanks to all those other people just checking it out on the Facebook page there. But we've had so many people tune in and drop a little message to us throughout the day. It's been fantastic. So thank you very much for taking time out to say good day to myself and to Adam Wingnut Smith, who's hiding in the background. Why have I got a white shirt on? Why am I in the foreground when I'm the biggest guy here? This is not fair. We're going to put the camera on the other side. Next time around, I'm going to slip back here where Wingo is. That's how you do it, don't you, mate?
Kick back.
I love it. Yeah, good stuff. So it's been an unreal day to be just hanging out at Shark Island, talking up the world's best bodyboarders in some incredible conditions.
Well, I want to see a couple more big waves come through before the end of this heat.
So do I, mate. I want to finish on a bang. We've got 8.5 minutes left on the clock. .733 by Michael Novi. That's the best score at the moment. Prior to that, George Humphreys had a 685. So that's the kind of scores we're looking at the moment. But Sean Pine got a 10-pointer earlier on today. We missed that one. Make sure to check out the highlight reel as Russo sets up a little one here, mate. Nice little backdoor on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Russo. Christian Rigassini.
He did well there. Local knowledge, I think, to
How old would Russo be now, you reckon? Is he in his late 30s, early 40s?
Yeah, I went to his 40th birthday last year.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, nearly 41, I think.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it, man?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I remember when he first turned up on the scene, it just doesn't seem like too long ago. What about Bal? Does he get out there occasionally these days? Or?
Yeah, Ballard's living down in the south coast now, and he still gets out and surfs as much as possible. And
yeah.
I'm surprised he's not here today, though. I thought he had a spot in the event.
All right, well, this is White. Once again, Sam Strachan dropping down into that one. great side view
Oh.
on the edge here, and you'll see Sambo
That's
sets it up. Boom.
That's a great ride.
Huge move.
Nice wave, big manoeuvre. The judges will like that one, I think.
That's right. That was a good medium-sized one, and that was a strong technical manoeuvre from Sammy Strachan. So that's going to really help his campaign big time. So right now, just on 7 minutes remaining in his final heat of the day.
Is he? Oh, we just heard that Dave Ballard's floating around, checking out the waves. He'll probably go out after the event.
Yeah, sweet. Well, if he's around tomorrow, let's get Bal in here, and you and him can have a nice little chat together, mate, on the mic. People back home would enjoy that.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, dropping into this little one in the blue singlet is Reece Fowler. We saw a real nice tube from Russo prior to that, and then Sammy Strachan, of course, bursting out of the lip of that ARS, so it's a nice little exchange there. It's the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge comes to a bit of a close. 5 heats, 5 riders in each heat, so we've got a 25-man field, and up and riding in the blue singlet in this one is just got off that one pretty quickly. Yeah, that really kind of went all types of weird.
Look at that one.
That was a pretty sweet one, and just probably breaking a little wide. Yeah, didn't really open up on the inside, that one. So boys have got a pretty good read on the lineup. When you're out in the on the takeoff zone there, can you sort of tell if they're going to hit the inside pretty good? Or you just never know. It's a bit of a lucky dip.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes you can get a bit of a read on it, and then other times, yeah, you might just misjudge it a little bit, and yeah, that's when it can be dangerous. But yeah, I think that's why local knowledge plays a big part, you know.
Yeah.
Get to know how the swells wrap around the reef and stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, well, Tessa and Wingo hanging out with you for this final heat of the day. We'll be wrapping it up shortly, around about 6 minutes remaining in this final heat of today. We will be back tomorrow, so make sure you tune in nice and early. We will go for around about an 8 o'clock start with the pre-show. So please tune back in tomorrow for what will be an incredible day of action again. As you can see, the swell is still hanging around. What do you reckon those sets are out there when they come through, Wingo?
This morning they were easily 6 to 8 foot, the occasional 10 footer, but it appears to have dropped off a little bit now. The tide's a bit lower, but it is still solid 6 to 8 foot on those bigger sets.
Yeah, so we're going to have, we'll probably have 4 to 6 feet of swell here tomorrow, and it's going to be a real good day to tune in for bodyboard lovers worldwide. So make sure you log back in and put this address. All right, looks like we've got a replay coming through of a previous wave. We'll dig down into the hard drive here with the webcast crew and see what we can come up with. Thanks again to Brad Whitaker and the guys on the jet skis and water patrol have done an outstanding job here today, looking after the athletes and keeping an eye on the, particularly the peanut gallery there. What about that big boat in the lineup there? That's got the sponsors in it, eh, Wingo? They've got a good view, haven't they, mate?
Best seat in the house out there, I think.
In a what? Here's a nice replay of a previous wave from Sam Strachan. And Sammy's been a charger here over the years. And Sam was a real standout on the National Bodyboard Tour when he was serving in the Pro Junior and the National Junior titles. He really ticked all the boxes on the way through on the podium to the halfway to the podium. And you can see him there just taking a big breath of air before he goes up and into this one. And there it is, sets it up through the roof, and that was just beautifully done. And he just backflipped out of there. Is that a backflip, Wingo?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Very technical stuff there, and I can only imagine that Sam Strachan would have got a pretty good score for that one.
Oh,
so the last wave scores were wide. He didn't ride out of it, is that right? Oh, there we go. So it was only a 2.83. But the execution was not perfect, but the setup was insane, wasn't it?
The idea was right, yeah.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, you betcha.
He looks like a nice one.
All right, well, just beautiful conditions. You can see that offshore wind.
Oh.
Oh, Reece Fowler. That
Did it?
looked like it hurt, mate. He just
Oh, the yellow up and riding, or
And
white.
Sammy Strachan in the white singlet again. And Sambo sets that one up
Ho, ho, ho.
and hangs on for dear life. You can see him kind of push the board forward, trying to drive through that one, but that was never going to make it out of that. And Sammy Strachan getting driven by the foam ball right into the channel.
You can see how hollow and gnarly it is out there, can't you?
So
On the
crazy. Here comes the jet ski in to see Sammy, and you can see the sponsors boat there just perfectly positioned on the side. And those boys are out there with their canapes and their cocktails, having a great old afternoon. Yeah, so there goes Sammy Strachan. He's back in the saddle. He'll probably have enough time for one more wave with just on 1.5 minutes remaining.
nice barrel roll at the end of that wave there, Tezza.
Yeah, beautiful, mate. That's Georgie Humphreys. He's a great talent, George, from West Australia. And the Mandurah boys always put on a great show whichever contest they rock up to. So we're into the final minute of competition for day number 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Thanks again, Boca. You guys rock. And also to In-Flight Media, the Nutrition Station, Tynes Coconut Water, and Emerald Bodyboard Store. Good on you, Desi and the boys. Tuning in from just across the road. This is Rico Russo. Oh my goodness! Wait till you see the inside section on this thing, and that just didn't quite open up as best as it could have.
Yeah, the tide a little bit too low for that one.
All right. Well, that looks like it's probably going to be one of the last waves of this competition day. You can hear Luke O'Connor counting down in the background. He is our Lukey, of course, is our beach announcer, and that's either the I think the cops have finally found Nugget. Sounded like it, didn't it?
Finally caught up with him.
They caught up with him. Finally, they saw him on the webcast and they went, we know where he is. All right, well, that was an incredible day of competition. So on behalf of the APB and Alex, Leon and all the crew, thank you very much for tuning in for today's competition, Wingo. That 10-point ride for Sean Pine was really something special, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a highlight for me. Also, a few of the waves in the earlier heats this morning, some really good rides. So yeah, I've had a great day hanging out and watching the action.
Pino and probably George Humphreys. And I always love watching Gregor, of course, because I'm from Newcastle and I'm a bit biased. But look, that was round 1 of the 2016 OpenLIVE Shark Island Challenge. Thank you so much for tuning in. Today we had a couple little glitches at the start there. We've got it all sorted out. We're going to be back with a bigger and better show tomorrow. So we look forward to catching you then. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great one. Thank you. Cheers. Woo.
We're for music fans, those that don't just hit like, but hit share. We're for those that purchase an album because you love a song on it and you're hoping to find more hidden treasures that you won't find by paying 99 cents for the single. We're for those that get out to live gigs for that raw musical experience. That's as much a life experience as an oral one. Those that know that music is a partnership between fan and artist. We're OpenLIVE, Australia's new high-res music store.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.